Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I had to take a big sip of my coffee there, so I kinda just couldn't fall asleep until very late last night. Like, I went to bed after 4, and I woke up at 8, so I am running on pure caffeine right now. I hope the rest of you slept better. Yeah, Kevin agrees. So, first thing, giveaway has concluded. I'm in the process of distributing the codes. I've distributed all but one right now. So, to that last holdout, you're an Xbox player. Make sure you check your mentions if you're here, or check your inbox on Twitter. But yeah. Giveaway is a huge success. Thank you guys all for helping to amplify it and everything. And I hope to do more stuff like that soon in the future, going forward. So it's cool stuff. So why is my camera framing? Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. But let's greet everyone first. Reckless Monster, how you doing? T-Doggedy, Conman, Stone, Loki Legend, Strawberry Sinju. Vector name change. Okay. Good to see ya. Itsukato, Mr. Adblock, Solo Kingman, Charlie Bartz, Black Panther, Hazel, and Hazel. Wow, that's confusing right next to each other. That's cool. Doug, how you doing? You stressed out? In general, often. You know, anxiety disorders be like, but no, I'm pretty chill right now. Just, you know, every once in a while you have a sleepless night. Excuse me. See, my mushroom joke is pretty cringe. I saw a lot of mushroom jokes. I scrolled through all of them again, and there were a lot of repeats, but there were some really, really good ones. Hey, Blue, how you doing? Real talk, why are you so cute, bro? I don't know, man. I put on this hat just now while I was talking to you guys before I turned cam on, and I just like threw on a hoodie like 5 minutes ago. And I'm sneezing constantly because there's a cat hair in my nose that I can't get out. Yo, Thomas, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's super generous of you. Thank you. Holy shit, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Total of 32. If you got gifted a sub by Thomas, toss some love. Thank you so much, Thomas. Always supporting. It means a lot. Hey, Dion, good to see you. How are you? Get good sleep. Just finish every collectible. Now I'm ready for the chaos grind. Let's go. I didn't get much sleep, but I think I got good sleep. So there's that, you know? But I'm glad to hear the collectible grind goes well for you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I just felt like complimenting someone for the day and felt very fitting to compliment my favorite Borderlands streamer. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Strawberry Sinju. I appreciate that. Thank you.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Sip indeed, Stone. No problem, friend. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing great. Just talking to you guys. Man, I love my job. I love my community. Like, this is just, I love this game. Good vibes. You guys are great. Thank you so much. So in terms of what we're doing today. Ooh, you popped your first raid boss last night, Charlie? Let's go. It's great, isn't it? I actually did my first kill of the 4th raid boss yesterday. It was with some friends. It was me, Lazy, Joe, and Ramen, and we did that, and it was a really good time. I like all the hidden bosses. I've officially done them all now. But they're all really good. Hey Viper, how you doing? So content today, we're gonna continue doing some Chillmonger stuff. Chillmonger is Spell Shot Berserker, which is a combination that people are like, those don't really work well together, but Berserker goes with everything. Berserker is the spice that any build where you're like, okay, what do I do with my second skill tree? Any build, you just go Berserker. I promise, it always works. It's always an increase. It's crazy. They somehow designed the perfect multi-class option with Berserker. And it's gonna take some actual effort to pry the class out of my scruffy hands. Hey CZ, how you doing? Soon to fight the hidden bosses, need to level up 40 to find some good weapons. There's lots of choices in weapons. And you'll see people all over the map about that. You'll see some people who think, oh, you can only use Nightshades and Spriggans. And like, no, maybe you've only used Nightshades and Spriggans. And then you'll have some people who are like, but legendaries are bad. No, there's some really good legendaries. And it'd be like, but getting usable items is hard. Like, no, there's enough choices across enough categories that you can always find something good. And I like going over this stuff. Berserker's so good because Frost is so good. The thing with that, Petronkus, is Frost isn't actually that great. The best it really is outside of Bone is just, like, not awful. But the thing with Frost is that, one, Berserker boosts that to a degree where it's then worth using in just neutral situations. But two, there's a lot of stuff that happens to be Frost element that's just, like, really good. You've got the ×4 SMGs for Dahl and Hyperius, to a lesser degree Ferior. You've got Ice Spike spells, you've got a Glacial Cascade spell, you've got the Liquid Cooling, of course. There's just a lot of strong stuff that happens to be Frost. That would arguably do even better if it was a different element. That's the way to identify it. Like, there's not a lot in terms of tanky bone bars in the game. They exist, but there's not a lot. Unarmored Defense and Relentless Rage are cracked? Yes, very true. Like my spells, Chilled. Berserker's so fun, it's insane. The Rage stuff is perfect for second class. Yeah, even for a class without an action skill. Which this setup is. Also, I made my character look different. It looks cool, right? Yeah, I think it looks cool. I just want to find stuff that replaces Liquid Cooling. So, I've had a lot of fun on this spell shot build. Using this thing right here, ×18 Body Rocker. I'm still using this blue one. I've gotten a couple purples, but not any 2 mags yet. So maybe we stick with this for a while. Other things I've started to use a lot is the Gluttony is really good when you can chuck it very quickly. And the White Rider, as long as you run it on single beam, is very, 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 very good. Like, I was struggling to find a poison weapon that I really vibed with, and then I started using this on single beam, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Another thing I picked up last night that I was testing a little bit is I got a Masher, a black powder crossbow barrel assault rifle, and it's pretty good. Now this is a chaotic one, so the damage is pretty high, but you've got the 4% damage increase per crossbolt stuck, and it's firing 4 projectiles. 2 ammo per shot, so I get 7 shots in a mag with no boosts. So that damage bonus stacks up quite a bit. I really did enjoy using this. Keep an eye out for these. So this is a Chillmonger build. And you'll notice the first thing that sticks out about this is, how do you enrage? And I'm glad you asked. You don't give a shit about enrage in this setup. Like, it's a nice thing that happens when you get up with Relentless Rage, and at no other point. You can use Polymorph and have some fun with that, spamming a lot of spells and getting good enrage uptime. But the thing with not using Polymorph is that you get to do some situationally interesting things. And there's a bit of an anti-synergy with my chosen element and Polymorph. You can't freeze a Skeep. So, the damage from Icebreaker will not ramp up against the Skeep. So, basically, Polymorph enemies are tankier to this build. It's interesting. But, let me do the old Chaos level toggle. Fight for Life and Rage? Yes. Fight for Life's buffs is BL3 all over again. Yeah. Man, Wastard really threw my build into a hard check last night. Kept spamming the Aegis literally back to back. Yeah, Son of a Witch and Drill are definitely build checks like that. Like, if you are not, you're not prepared, they hurt. Oh, and if you thought I was being hyperbolic when I said I'm afraid for my reload button, hey, that's without my ward being broken, right? I have an adrenaline part. Now I broke my ward. Now check the reload speed. So that's pretty nice to have. And that only, that goes up if I spec into Instinct, which I'm testing out a spec without that for the moment. But I've got 8 out of 5 in Prestidigitation. And I also have 2 out of 1 in High Thread Count. Look at this armor. This is, Cheese got this as a drop, and then, Days got it over to me. But, hey Kyler, how you doing? Spell Shot, Spore Warden. I don't care about the second class. But the second class is what allows it to roll these skills. Bunch of reload speed, 3 extra spell weaving stacks, and then look at these passives. Gun damage, movement speed, all damage, gun crit, area damage. It's so sick. You tried the Teeth Hyperion Sniper. It's times 9 with 8% per bolt, although it seems to be diminishing. I did use it a bit in my my on-stream playthrough at 10 FPS, and it seemed pretty good. Like, if I was going to build around a sniper, it honestly would probably be that one, even over, like, most of the legendary ones. Now, a sniper I am keeping an eye out for, that I'm probably going to sink some crystals into the bunnies for, is this. I want a times 3 sawmill, because it's got really high DPS. Like, look at the card DPS of this. 4 fire rate, 600 times 3 for not even a chaotic. That's a lot of damage in a short period of time. Hey, Cheese, how you doing? Hey, Ritsu, good to see you. Newbie, hope you're well. So, I'm keeping an eye out for a sawmill. Does the amulet gives instant reload for melee work with Stabos from the Shadows reload enchant? So, ammo refill effects do not count as reloads. Is this health correct? This doesn't seem correct. Actually, it might be. We'll see if my melee kills things. If my melee kills things, this ain't correct. There's a bug you can sometimes get. No, this is right. Yeah, this is right. There's bugs you can sometimes get where enemy health does not scale up with chaos levels. But I do not appear to have it right now. Yeah, that wealthy skeleton would be dead. Cool. So yeah, we just do good damage. Hey Moveface, how you doing? No covers, you're never gonna sustain. Well, not never, but it's hard. This game kinda encourages switching ammo types like that. Now, I think there might be some absorb tech you can do. This might be the use of the sham in this game. It's something I've not tested yet, but it is likely that the sham is going to be the cut purse of this game. This is what, 80% absorb? That'll be very good at refilling, if you can find something that hits in the right way. Take an elite room. Good thanks, managed to get a liquid cooling and a Buffmeister in the same run. That's cracked, Moveface. Congrats, that's big. Where's your shield? I am using glass cannon, so my ward does not recharge. And this is an intentional decision, because not only do you get spell damage for that, but it also keeps my Cursed Wit broken. Which, I have an adrenaline part, so that's a lot of reload speed, but also, when I'm close to an enemy, I gain a massive amount of damage from Cursed Wit. Why the Twister spell? Twister actually does surprisingly good damage. Mostly I'm using this because it's one of the few good spells I have with this enchant right now. After casting the spell, increase gun damage by 20% and fire rate by 30% for a short duration. And it can be hard to fill that extra enchant slot on spell shot with something relevant. But Twister does surprisingly good damage, and it's also good at locking down flying enemies and making them easier to hit. Fuck the damage, what's with the reload speed? I have an adrenaline part on my ward. I have reload speed on my skeep. I have 8 out of 3 in, or 8 out of 5 rather, in Prestidigitation, so that's just 64% flat, non-conditional reload speed. Cursed Wit's nutty. It's multiplicative of everything. Yeah, it's just a big multiplier. The balancing factor with Cursed Wit, or the balancing factors I should say, not every setup can keep it broken reliably. And even the ones that can often lose uptime if they go into Save Your Soul, because your shield does refill, your ward does refill when you get up. Let's see, like, it'll be broken now, but when I get up, it's gotta break again. Also the range is very, very tight on Cursed Wit. If you're not barrel stuffing enemies or being like, you know, very, very close, you're not gonna get good uptime on the effect. But mine has an adrenaline part, so no matter what, I'm getting something. Did Daze give me a copy of that armor back? Yeah, here, jeez, hang on. One second. Does this work? Yeah, that should work. Run a low level one or be broken when you need it. You do lose an enchant, but depending on the enchant, that's not necessarily a problem. 10 FPS for sure, yeah. Hey Thomas, thank you for gifting us up to 10 FPS, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And especially on Spellshot, who has the extra enchant slot, even if you do lose one, you can afford to just eat that. Or I should say Ambihextrous Spellshot is the one that specifically gets the extra slot.
Quite the collection.
Hope that works out for you.
How shall I become deadlier next?
Morning, New Mexican. How you doing? Nadballer, good to see you. Rune got one at like level 4. That's crazy. Morning, it's not Professor. How are you today? So another great thing about this reload speed approach that I'm taking is I've got extremely high spell weaving consistency. Oh, that's the wrong spell for that. You gain a stack of spell weaving every time you reload, and because I have 2 out of 1 in a high thread count, I can have 11 stacks of spell weaving. It very much helps with maintaining that big bonus. Gun feels like the Hellwalker. You can make a lot of guns feel like the Hellwalker. I'll show you one that's even more Hellwalker-ish. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for a ×25, but I do have a ×21 black powder shotgun. And if you want Hellwalker vibes, you got that. Wow, Gluttony does big damage. Ooh. Look at the damage of the White Rider. Like, it's crazy good. You just gotta be on single beam. Most people put this thing on dual beam, and it's kind of like, oh, this is okay, I guess. Nah, put it on single beam. Any suggestions for ARs for Berserker gun build? I really like Masher Black Powder ARs and ×3 Torg ARs so far have been what I've enjoyed the most. I've not used ARs as much as the other weapon classes. ARs, snipers, and launchers are just kind of behind pistols, shotguns, and SMGs in terms of saturation in this game. So it's taken people a little bit longer to figure out what's what. But so far, definitely the ×3 Torgs and the ×4 Jacobs for ARs. Not Jacobs. Black Powder. You get what I mean. We'll do yellow. Quack, by the way, you found any Black Powder Masher pistols? I've not found any yet personally, right, Orion? I'm keeping an eye out, though.
At least you're some use.
New day, new build. Love to see it. Hey, Avern, how you doing? Yeah, this is a build that I've been tweaking and having a really good time with. The damage is starting to feel really, really crazy. Now, of course, spell shot doing crazy damage, that's not exactly news, but I haven't seen many people doing this reload speed approach yet. So I figured I'd give it a shot. Now, something I do want to try with this is Sporcerer, spell shot Spore Warden, and maybe instead of Ambihextrous, using Barrage and then the Barrage reload charge annoyed or enchant. So you could just have a spell spam and Barrage spam. It probably won't be as good as this, but it sounds fun. Do stickies ricochet on Spore Warden? I don't believe so. If it works how Indiscriminate does, then they shouldn't, but, you know, maybe it does. I haven't tested yet. Real question, how do ASA enchantments work with Reaper of Bones, working on a pet build? So Reaper of Bones, does not have a duration. It starts, and then it ends, and it's still active when it ends. So, ASA enchantments, in theory, don't work, but something we found out about ASA enchantments is they effectively function as action skill start enchantments with a 1-minute duration. So you can still use ASA enchantments with any action skill. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. That will likely get fixed. It sounds like a bug, but we don't know yet, so we'll see. Yeah, Cat. Hey, Danny Dead, how you doing? Or Daniel the Whitehead. Daniel Whitehead? I can't read. Here you go. Daniel Whitehead. I didn't say hi to you before I answered your question, so hi. Cat, what are you doing to me? That's why I want more of these for better elemental coverage, because this is gonna melt the bone bar. But in terms of the others, it takes a little bit longer. You see on the bone one, that's like, goodbye. Ooh, we got good drops. What we got? Chaotic Glacial Cascade. Let's go. With crit damage and spell damage. That's a good drop. I'll take that. And a Wizard's Pipe. That's not as good, but okay. Hey, Try Time. Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing great today. It's kind of melty. The others just not as melty. Right, right. Need different elemental coverage for that. I could probably just use Gluttony, honestly, for the wards on the tankier things. Make sure your element match on bosses. Quag, hold the shotgun a second. I don't know if there will be an EchoCast extension on Twitch like they had for BO3. Hopefully they implement that going forward at some point. It's something I would love to see, but they've not confirmed or denied anything. Hey, Chester. I can't say long, just checking in. Good to see you. We're having fun with this build so far, but it's nice to see you. Mechs and Raid Boss are super fun. Absolutely. I love them. I did the 4th one for the first time last night, and it was very enjoyable. Okay, so I guess let's start with White Rider. I normally run a Sigil on this fight. Let's see how I do without the Sigil. Oh, that was totally me doubting myself. Oh, we'll go back to this. Old reliable. Pro tip, this is one I picked up from Lazy. Pinging that makes the targeting on that phase so much easier. There we go. That was pretty clean. Good tips. I had a smidge of trouble targeting that, and first time fighting this, yeah, it can be awkward. That's very loud. It is a little bit loud. Maybe next time I go into yellow, I'll turn my volume down just a little bit. Hey, Major Tool. Glad I've been back on my save files. Saw some issues on Twitter today with game progress. A lot of times, those game progress issues you see, ooh, body room, nice, are cloud save related. So my personal advice on that is never use cloud save on PC at least. Steam, Epic, any game, doesn't matter, don't use cloud save. It's a great way to lose your progress. An idea of unarmored defense triggers mood rings effect. So the thing with that, it's Mr. Chunder, and the reason why unarmored defense is so good in some setups is it makes your new maximum that halfway point. So once you're at that halfway where it will no longer regen, that is your new max with unarmored defense. So it does count as wall full in that instance, but it gives you functionally better uptime on wall full and also better uptime on wall empty, because you need to take less damage to get empty, and you need to regen less to get full. So unarmored defense is just a really good skill for any shield effects you're going for. Is getting to Chaos 20 easier or more difficult than M11 Guardian Takedown? Easier to get there, harder to do efficiently. Companion damage, ability crit chance, ability crit damage, sniper reload speed. It's like trying, but the companion damage roll kind of, it's a deal breaker for me. Alright, so I want to do Shotgun Bunny to get more times 18 body rockers, but I also want to go for that sawmill, so we're going to do snipers. I agree, but definitely tough that cloud save is the default save option. Right, not everyone knows to evade that particular setting. So we're hoping for a ×3 chaotic sawmill. Not really partial to a particular element. I suppose lightning would be nice if it can roll that. What nightshade should I be looking for? You want a ×4 full auto, if you can manage that. So the Great Bow's gimmick is funny. I'll show this off. It took us a while to figure out, and it took a number of people. I believe it was Joe who told me what it was. So this card damage is crazy, right? 3,627 times 7. It'd be worth a hefty sum if it was never fired, the red text says. So the cool thing about the Great Bow is you're like, wow, let me take that massive card damage in. Wait, what happened when I shot it? Used antique Great Bow. What a pity. The damage goes, and it can't be enchanted. Cool gimmick. Still pretty good gun, but yeah. Like, I can't wait to see someone read-only farming with Great Bow one-shots. That's just gonna make me happy. And we'll go shotguns for a bit because that pile over there is kind of populated. Ooh, ×13 2 mag. Now I already have one in that element, but no harm having another one. ×18 chaotic. It's a dagger storm, but ×18 shotgun. Yes. I put so much thought into troll items in this game that I love it. Yeah, there's definitely some fuck you player items, and I love that. Probably gonna reach endgame soon. What would you suggest I start with to gear up a bit? I'd say get on Chaos 1 as soon as possible, and then do obelisks. Obelisks are a good way of... obelisk bosses have dedicated drops as well. And you get some good XP, you get some stat rewards for doing all the obelisks. I'd say start there, you get a good amount of gear, and that gives you some money if you sell all the gear you get in that process. Then you could take that money, and then you can vendor farm for some of the good non-uniques that people use, like Masher ARs, sticky shotguns, Nightshade SMGs, Spriggan SMGs. Hydra, Furior weapons, any of those. Among others, of course. Morning, Big Bad Ghost. How you doing? Purple sticky shotgun. How long it take you to find? I've been putting a lot of crystals into this this shotgun bunny, and it's not been very kind. I'm gonna be honest. I've gotten a couple times 18s, but no 2 mag times 18s, except for this blue one that I've had for a while now. So like I think I put them all away, actually. I got a few times 3s. Purples. I don't know, I do have some. See, like, this is a 3 mag. So, yeah. I want 2 mag. So if I gotta go times 13 for a 2 mag in purple, that's fine. Comparable for performance, anyway. So, the 2 mag is really the most important part, because the 2 mag has the 18% sticky mult. A 1 mag, or, rather, a times 1 projectile has a 30% sticky mult. A times 13 or an 18 has an 18% sticky mult. And the 2 mag allows you to cycle reloads the fastest, which gives you the fastest effective fire rate. And the best spell weaving stack uptime. So, yeah. You have to grab all the loot dice to get a good drop rate, because I hate collectibles with passion. You don't have to get all of them. On this character, let me show you how many dice I have. If the UI would work. There we go. This character only has 157 dice. Out of the 260. So I'm missing over 100 dice, and I'm still pulling good drop rates on this character. Hey, Chaotic Heckwaiter. Nice. Oh, so that confirms that quest rewards can be chaotic, if no one believed me yesterday, by the way. I've gotten a Heckwaiter and a Hellfire, both chaotic. I feel like Spell and Berserker are really good complementary classes. The weird thing about it, Tool, is that Berserker's class feat is least synergistic with Spell Shot, because if you're running Ambihextrous, you have no action skill, so you can't activate Enrage organically. You can only activate it through going down with Relentless Rage and then killing something. But, even without the class feat, Berserker's just got really good skills that complement any build, so it still just works. Can you get them as chaotics from the quest as well? Yes, you can. I got my Hellfire chaotic from the quest. So don't believe you? Understandable, Derp. Understandable. Morning, Pickle Johnny. How you doing? You know what the time skip spell does? Sorry if I asked again. Do I go Elite for every room? Elite is higher challenge for more potential crystals, basically. It's slightly crystal positive to go for Elite rooms. It does just take a little bit longer, and sometimes it's risk of death depending on what room you roll. Like, getting Elite Pigwort, we had 4-player HP Elite Pigwort last night in a game I was playing with some friends, and it was legitimately a raid boss. Like, Pigwort does not fuck around. So we almost lost all our lives in a run where, at the time, we had about 8,000 crystals. We ended up finishing that run successfully with around 13,000 crystals. But to answer the other question, time skip spawns. Think of it as the Nagata, the grenade from Borderlands 3, where it's a longbow grenade that shoots a bunch of projectiles forward individually, high hit count. The time skip is basically that, but you spawn each projectile individually with a snap, and then once you've snapped a few times, you send them all forward at once. with some very fast flying projectiles. It's very satisfying. I like it a lot. Do I have one on me? I can show if I do, but I don't think I do. I think I put mine in storage. But I like time skip a lot. Rainy days are always so relaxing. I really like some light rain. Not heavy, but like some light rain. Definitely calming effect. So purple's more important now than they were in BO3? Depends on which part of BO3's life you're talking about. We could do green, but I really just don't feel like it. Maybe later today. Depends on which part of BO3's life you're looking at, Peter Panda. For example, pre-Tediore nerf in BO3, Tediore was dominant over most legendaries. The purples. A lot of people like to bash the manufacturer weirdly, but it was just that good. Through the entirety of BO3's life, for example, times 25 stagecoach shotguns were very important. Triple amp heart shields are very important. Cloning maddening tracker grenade had a lot of utility. There were lots of purples and non-uniques in general that were really good in BL3, but the main issue there was that people just weren't informed about it. So it's more immediately apparent that purples are great in this game, because there's some very easy to get ones that perform very well, most notably Nightshade and Spriggan are the very popular ones. That's the Dahlia and Hyperius times 4 SMGs, the cryo ones. So people have latched onto those quite a bit, but I wouldn't immediately say that purples are more important. They're just also very good. That one's trying. Not hard enough. Escape! No question, I beat the campaign and still can't change my second class. There's a bit of tutorial stuff you need to go through there, Big Bad Ghost. The epilogue quest, go through that and it'll tell you exactly how to do it. Give a quick explanation on how the random sigils bosses work. Sure. So you have a chance that after you've completed the encounter in a Chaos Chamber room, that there will be a sigil somewhere in the room that, when interacted with, starts a puzzle indicative of the mechanics of the boss that it unlocks. So, for example, the yellow puzzle, directly to complete it, it has a mechanic straight from the boss. The green one kind of alludes to one of the boss's mechanics for the green boss. The blue one tells you exactly how to do the only significant mechanic in the blue boss fight. So they're kind of tutorials for the boss. And interestingly, the yellow one also functions as a DPS check. If you struggle to complete the yellow one due to DPS, that's a good early warning that you might struggle in the real fight due to DPS. So I really like the implementation of those sigils. They're good primers for the boss. Occasionally you'll see someone saying that it's a bad feature, but like, I don't know. Don't jump off a cliff and say gravity is bullshit. Thanks, I appreciate it. You're very welcome. Thanks, Skeep. I got myself with water, and Skeep was like, nah, bro, you're good. Smart armor seems quite interesting. Last I got one wasn't for stab one. I was like, why are you like this? Smart armor and warp paradigm are very interesting. I want to do some warp paradigm stuff with spell shot Warwarden, because if you can convert your all that spell damage to gun damage or ability damage, you can apply it to barrage and do some fun stuff with that. Pigwort. Pigwort's tanky, chat.
Energy's empty. I'll be back up soon as you say hospital. Instant cannibal.
Oh, got myself the gluttony. Gluttony's so good. Legendary is bad, by the way. Meanwhile, Gluttony exists. White Rider exists. These slots exist. And then there's really good melee weapons if you're doing actual melee. Best in slot for this build. I want to go for a Twin Soul with Echo and Amp and Disenchant. That's the dream. Maybe we go melee weapons on this run from the bunny. Don't say Gluttony sad, just makes me sad for poor Gluttony, Full Metal Alchemist. Good gun, though. Good gun. Haven't gotten White Rider do good damage. What's his gimmick outside being a beam? You want to put it on single beam instead of dual beam, because dual beam does hot ass for damage. Single beam is some Giga Chad shit. Like, look at that, against the badass troll. Absolutely just rips through the armor.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Dual beam chains to enemies. Yeah, it chains to enemies for some rather lackluster damage, but the chaining is useful for clearing out weaker enemies. Ooh, that's a chaotic 2-mag times 13 Rumpy Pumpy. It's not Ellie, but look at that damage, chat. 262 times 13. It's got the 18% sticky mult. That's really good. That's a good random drop, gotta say. Pick up all the crystals. Yeah, I did. Okay, I have one question. You equip the spells, right? So they're not attached to the class? Correct. Someone fiddle around with melee builds, and if so, how to perform? There's a build that you swing a melee weapon to deliver gun damage. That is performing very, very well right now. But I don't know if you consider that a melee build, because you're swinging a melee weapon to deliver gun damage. So, like,
Worms won't go hungry tonight.
it's a personal choice.
I'll take that. Can't wait to
Much
try
prefer
some
the system for
spells.
endgame weapons. Not chaotic armor, just chaotic volatile. Other two once we get them. The thing I'm worried about with tiers beyond volatile, it already started to rear its head a little bit with volatile, is the stat increases are going to be insane. Chaotic is roughly equal to 2 character levels, and volatile is roughly equal to 4. That is an utterly massive increase in stats. And if that's only going to get bigger, like, Monka. Needs to be adjusted. Now, something they could do to counter that is just do some sort of uncapped chaos mode or some sort of endless mode that increases difficulty as you go. They've got options there. We'll see what happens there. You plan to do Spore Ward in the near future? Really need some build suggestions with Spore Berserker, struggling Chaos 15. I'll circle around to it, Mentalist. The thing with Spore Ward and gun builds is you might find your boss damage a little lacking without specific weapon choices, and as we do more and more testing with various builds, we learn more and more about which weapons are like the go-tos, so it's something I'll circle around to. Where's the thing? You're over here. Yeah, so has anyone else had the issue where like the configuration you get of this thing, it just can't physically make it to this? Because like I've had it on a few maps where it just does not last long enough. I could go the more direct route like that, but like, is there something I'm missing with that mechanic? Because sometimes you just do not have time to do blue, and I don't want to fucking bother with it now. It's crazy to me how good you guys are at this game already. For some of us, we are very passionate about it. I live and breathe builds, so.
More meat for the grinder. How's that for an accurate
Joe.
reload?
Level 40 Chaos 20 with up.
Joe, thank you so much for the 20 months with the streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And, exceptional shitpost. Well done. You tried the Enchanter Legendary. Enchanter. Which kind of item is that? I may have. It might be slipping my mind at the moment. Come here. There you go. For your SMG? Oh yeah, I used it briefly. It was okay. I may have been using it incorrectly, but I was using it very early on, and it's something I use during leveling.
That's for making me look. You won't be needing that. Pufferfish don't know what they're up against. Coming back as one of those I've got all
Missing fucking one dice on Overworld. Do be like that. Monster Hunter is a prime example of a franchise like that I put too many hours to do. Same with Borderlands franchise. Yeah, something about building is just my favorite thing in gaming. Isn't Chaos Mode been confirmed uncapped in the future? No, they did not say that, Jackaboy. They said they'd increase the cap in the future. They did not say uncapped. Berserker Stabber with Goblin Pickaxe Vampires, a nice melee build. That sounds like a good time, Aver. Yeah, you probably get a lot of swing speed with that, and you could heal pretty reliably. Good shout. Are Spriggan and Nightshade good in elements besides Frost? They do not roll in elements besides Frost, Tender Madness, at least not in the ×4 variant. So you can only get ×4 Frost for those. ×4 and ×5 are Frost. Cheese refuses to carry me, so that means you have to. I'll do some open lobby at some point. Also, we got Son of a Witch. God damn it. Do you think we got a patch in this game? We'll have to wait and see, Yurtsky. Keep in mind, the game's been out for 6 days. So, you know, that includes a weekend. So, in terms of office days they've had of the game being out, it's not been out a long time. So, I'd advise patience. And remember that early BL3 got weekly hotfix support and monthly patch support. So we'll see if it follows the same rhythm. Okay, I guess I start with Gluttony here. Beautiful. Wonderful. Ow. Thanks, Ski. Not sure if these are the classes you're running, but I'm thinking when I start this weekend, picking Spell Shot and then Graveborn sounds like a fun time. Spell Shot Graveborn is an extremely powerful combo, especially if you're trying to kill things with spells directly. You get a lot of survivability from using spells that way. You get a lot of direct damage. You got a lot of complementary effects. It's a very powerful combo, Ace Trainer Johnny, so good choice. Skeep the goat, no cap, absolute truth. Mox's dot melee build video. That was super cool. Deal over 1 mil damage to single melee attack. Yeah, I'm aware of it. It's the live wire interaction with making your melee deliver gun damage. It's a valid build. It's pretty cool. Does a lot of damage. Now, personally, if I'm gonna make melee work, I'd prefer a different approach. That's just my preference. But it's a cool setup for sure. Skeep also just adorable. Also true. Spell damage, spell crit damage. While health is above 50%. I'd accept these passes, but not on a silicone ring. Who needs pet when you have Skeep? Yes, Mondazer. I just finished my first playthrough. Spellgrave. Looks like leveling up other characters now is going to be quite grinding because you need to find as many dice in each character. So you don't actually need to go that ham on dice. They just help a lot. The kind of player that I would recommend farms dice more, if you like farming dedicated drop sources, if you like save quit farming bosses, well, one, there's a bug, don't save quit. You want to reset the map in other ways until that gets fixed. But if you like dedicated drop source farming, then loot dice are going to be very nice for you. However, if you're a Chaos Chamber enthusiast like myself, you don't need as much loot luck because these bunnies have just really good drop rates in general. Loot luck does help here, but it's not as important. There's a bug with save quit farming. Yeah, on first loading in, your loot luck is not applied properly. So the way you get around that is by changing maps or toggling your chaos level. That will force reload and it'll manually update your loot luck. So just go to Brighthoof. Yeah, you could go to Brighthoof, or what I tend to do is I flip my chaos to 19 and then back to 20. Or I make sure when I close the game for the night that I switch my character I'm going to play next to 19 before I close the game, so that when I log in, I just have to switch it to 20 and then it's updated. Morning, Kirk. How you doing? Which money is class mods? That would be this one right here, the armor one.
Worth a look.
You have to save quit with Chaos Dungeons to reset, or can member friends just keep repeating? You can just keep repeating. You can keep repeating to your heart's content. Ace Trainer Johnny. One thing to note is that any legendaries that drop in the chamber will remain as map icons in other rooms of the chamber. But as long as that doesn't bother you, then yeah, you're all good.
I do love my stuff.
Any luck getting a better shoddy? We've gotten a couple promising ones that are not necessarily upgrades to this one, but one we got during this run is, let me see if I can find it. We got this times 13 Rumpy Pumpy 2 mag chaotic purple. This could be pretty good for dealing with wards. Non-LE is just a good element for dealing with elemental matchups that you don't have covered in your setup. Like, obviously, my setup's really good against Bone with this. And I'm pretty good against armor with this. But I don't have anything for wards here. So you saw, if you were here for the Son of a Witch fight I just did, I just used Dark Magic. Non-LE fills the same role there, but like, better. Is the increased Chaos 1 a noticeable boost in drops? Somewhat, but more importantly, it gives items the chance to roll as chaotic. I would recommend as soon as you have Chaos levels unlocked, just be on at least Chaos 1 at all times. Just because it gives you that better chance. Remember, you don't need to refarm gear per Chaos level. You can perfectly, possibly, I'm not going to say it's probable, but it's possible to be equally geared as someone on Chaos 19 as someone who only plays on Chaos 1. You can do that. You can get full chaotic. Now, Volatile is 20 plus. 20 is the current max. Volatile, you have to be on 20. But in terms of chaotic drops, 1 through 19 get the same exact loot, just as you go up, the odds get better. What are chaotic and volatile? Can someone explain? So think of it as extra levels on your item. An item has a chance to roll as chaotic, which boosts the base stats functionally by 2 character levels worth. So that'll work out to about 18%, 20-ish percent. If you were to try to round to a nice number. Basically, per level scaling in these games is 1.09 to the power of however many levels you're going up. So 1.09 squared would be what you multiply the base damage by to calculate a chaotic. Volatile is the same thing, but it's 4 instead. Twin Soul with Rampage and Echo. Now, I want a Twin Soul with Echo, but I wanted Amp instead of Rampage. We'll keep going. You don't have to farm out each Chaos level? Correct, Tried Time. Correct. Character sounds like Pickle? A little bit, I suppose. Much better system? Absolutely. Hard agree. Only got 625 crystals, guess wrong. Unfortunate. Any suggestions for spells for Spellgrave? Currently using Arc Torrent with lightning damage and chance. Looking for other ways to play. I really enjoy Quaking Sunders, so they're very good for mobbing, cover a wide area, and don't require much aiming. Just kind of throw it out there and forget. Twister is really good for single target damage and crowd control. Also, because of the number of projectiles, any effects that you need to trigger from, say, critting with a spell, you've got really good odds. Because if this thing hits 16 times and has a 25% base crit chance, like, it's gonna crit at least once. I like Glacial Cascade as well. This one right here. It's very, very, very powerful compared to a lot of other legendary spells. But also, look at that cooldown. It's got a 10.8 second base cooldown. Big fan of that. Inflammation is an interesting one that I want to build around. Inflammation is the flamethrower spell, but an effect of inflammation is that when an enemy who's been recently hit by inflammation dies, they explode like big boom. So if you ever miss rad explosions, use this spell and just make sure you're burning something with inflammation when it dies, and it'll go boom. Just Artificer with gasoline? Yeah. How important are enchantments to builds? Depends on the character. Depends on the character. Depends on how much access to damage you have. I'd say for Clawbringer, you're definitely going to want to leverage enchantments as much as you possibly can. For Spell Shot, if you're using Ambihextrous, you have an extra slot, So you have a little more wiggle room in terms of getting ones that you want, because you have an entire extra piece of gear to potentially roll a good one on. In terms of Berserker, Graveborn, you have just good formula, so they're not as necessary there, I'd say. Although they are helpful, for sure. Spore Warden, I would say, is probably pretty enchantment dependent if you're not doing companion stuff. Stabomancer, I haven't played enough to be able to comment on how dependent that really is, personally. So, open to feedback from you guys on that. Okay, so what can I have a, you know, I have a Cryo Twister in here that I could roll. I think it's chaotic. Let me grab that. I try to spend my Moon Orbs before I cap out. It's just a good habit to be in. Where's spells in this list?
My first love.
Oh yeah, they're at the end. It's Frozen Orb. Which manufactures this thing? Something Glacial Cascade. Ah, there it is. What about a 2 Chains character? You get to wear 2 amulets. That'd be fun. Let's hopefully not brick this Twister. That'd be unfortunate. It's not looking good, though. It's not looking good. Okay, I'll take that. I can rework. So instead of that, I can run double Twister. I could do double Twister. Nah, we'll just go Quaking Thunder. Do I? What do you think, chat? Double Twister? Or do you want to see the inflammation explosions? That could be a good time. I'll show you some inflammation. Berserker Feral Surge doesn't do melee damage, right? I believe it's ability damage. Let me look. Yeah, Feral Surge is ability damage. Been doing theory builds a while at work. Berserker plus Sabo seems like it'd be a solid melee character. Yeah, good instincts. I think so. I know what the max spell damage is. That's one that's kind of... Well, what do you mean by max spell damage? Do you mean the stat spell damage, or do you mean the highest card value on a spell? Like, the damage number here. Like, this inflammation's 493. Do you mean that? Or do you mean spell damage the stat? Because that's two different answers.
Think you can make it? Go on, baby.
Double inflammation. I want to make a build around that, but it's kind of hard to sustain. I gotta figure something out for that. See, big fire boom.
Another notch and not a coin to show.
It's very satisfying. And all you gotta do is touch them with it, and then they boom. And anything that gets hit by the boom will cause enemies' touch to also go boom when they die. So yeah, you can do fucking blood explosion chains with inflammation. It's great. Like that. Highest card value, I've heard people say you can get a 4,000 times 4. I haven't seen anything larger than 4,000. Highest that I know of is, I believe, 4,700, 4,800. On a concentrated magic barrage with 3 spell damage parts. Chaotic, I believe, it was like 4,800. Now, volatile, that probably breaks 5k. That definitely breaks 5k as a volatile. So I'd say something in like the mid to high 5ks. You just fucking say Blood Explosion? I sure did. I sure did.
It's your funeral.
So Joel said a 6k Magic Barrage. Well, there you go, 6k. Another cool thing about this spec is going down just increases my damage, because that's the only way I enrage. So, like, if an enemy downs me, like, okay, thank you for giving me a 10% bonus frost element that is then increased by any berserker power I have, which I don't think I have any right now. Yeah, I don't have any right now. But that frost bonus element is increased by that. Also, being enraged doubles the effect of cold snap, so I'll freeze things faster, which means more damage from icebreaker.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Spellbur. What's the class combo for the spell? Yeah, I'm running Spell Shot Berserker. Twister on Cyclops is so satisfying. Twister's my favorite spell in this game. It's so cool. Twister's great. I love it. I was watching Ropey, who's running a double Hydra spell with a ×21 shotgun to spam Hydra. Could work with inflammation? Absolutely. Any source of kill, like while inflammation is active, it will cause the explosion. So as long as the enemy's been damaged by inflammation, has the status effect from it, they'll just go boom when they die. You have to kill the enemy with the damage inflammation? No. Morning, Jester. How you doing? I'll ignite that zombie. Blow it up with the bank stick. Or the body rocker, rather. still get the explosion.
You're nothing but a ready to cast. Thanks for the reload, idiot.
Oh, I walked directly into that. That was entirely my fault.
I'd already switched you, I think.
Current spell loadout of Spell Shot is double eruption with repeating charges. So I'm just strafing around, snapping with both fingers at mobs. Ah, yes, the theater kid build. Use a non-legendary spell. Ice crystals bounce between targets, repeating spells. A little bit while leveling. A little bit.
Bet you wish you turned away. How's that for you, you scumbaggy?
So this spell's recharged so quick you don't need guns? Yeah. But of course, this game gives you incentive for mixing and matching avenues of approach. Like Spell Shot, yeah, you could play pure spell Shot. Or you could shoot a gun occasionally and have even faster cooling down spells. Especially a gun like this. This is 36 instances of damage per trigger pull. That's a lot. Since Stab was elusive, should let me sprint while casting spells. What do you think of the Arcane Bolt spell? I really like it. It's great for spamming on-spell cast effects, whether that's your enchantments, whether that's Graveborn's Sanguine Sacrament for healing, and Graveborn Capstone for triggering your kill skills. Like, it's great for spamming those kinds of things. The damage is acceptable in mobbing. It's not really a bossing thing compared to other options, but it's really good for just triggering effects very often. So if you want to be casting spells constantly for the sake of things that trigger off of that, and you don't want to be locked into doing, say, Spell Shot Capstone or running an Arc Torrent that you have to like sit there and charge up, you can just run Arcane Bolt. And it's got a very short cooldown, and refunds some of its cooldown if it crits, which has a good crit chance. And multiple projectiles, so multiple chances to crit. It's just a good spell. Some of the go-to legendary spells that I've enjoyed using, Arcane Bolt, Glacial Cascade, Twister, Inflammation. Of course, a lot of people swear by Buffmeister. It's what it is. Ah, yes, the Revive spell. Yeah, that one's really good. Any here have experience with data transfer PS4 to PS5? New console somehow doesn't recognize my cloud save when it runs from PS4. Anyone in chat can help Mentalist with that? Spell Shot Flag with double Spectral Wyverns 1. I have vague plans to do that on move base. I found, while leveling our last character, I found a extra projectile rolled rack spell. It sent out, I want to say four racks per cast. So like, building around that could be fun. Could just recreate Flak. Use that spell. Play Spore Warden for the companion revive. Just recreate Gun Flak. And Stabomancer for fadeaway. Actual Gun Flak build. Buffmeister's good, but it's a bit yeah. I have Fortifying Sigil. I like using instead of my Buffmeister. It's not as strong as Buffmeister, but a solid damage boost for a Sigil spell. Yeah, Fortifying Sigils also have a very nice heal over time. And I actually use that heal in some fights. For example, in the fourth hidden boss fight, and the ultimate one, that Sigil saved us a few times. I also use it in the yellow boss fight. Healing Sigils are a great source of survivability for the squishier classes, those being, comparatively at least, Spell Shot. Spell Shot and Clawbringer have no way of healing themselves. Berserker and Graveborn have lots of ways of healing themselves. And Stabomancer can just avoid damage very easily. Spore Warden has Pet Revive. So, like, having some healing on the classes with fewer safety nets is very nice. Which sigil heals you? Fortifying. A purple Fortifying sigil will heal you for 8% of max HP per second. 8% per second is a lot. How do you get the secret bosses in Chaos? So every once in a while you'll find in a room, you'll find a glowing symbol on a floor or a wall somewhere. And interacting with that starts a little puzzle associated with the color. And each of those puzzles is indicative of the mechanics of the boss that it spawns. So it's a little puzzle you do. Usually it's just, hey, do one of this boss's mechanics out here in the room, and we'll let you into the fight. And once you complete the puzzle, it'll disappear, and then you, at the end of the run, after beating the Chaos Chamber boss, you get a red portal in addition to the yellow portal. Loot Goblin. And this red portal will take you to the area where you fight the secret bosses. I don't have melee damage, so, like, can I even kill this thing? There we go. Back, how we doing? Doing great, Mr. Adblock. How are you? Escape. What spells are you using? They look bloody awesome. Glad you asked. I got the Inflammation, that's this flamethrower one. So it's kind of self-explanatory, it's a flamethrower spell, but the hidden thing it doesn't tell you about is when an enemy who's been recently touched by your inflammation dies, they explode into this fiery explosion. And any enemies hit by that get that effect applied to them. So you can have chains of explosions if you have enemies that are weak enough. They can just, like dominoes, blow each other up. I mean, dominoes don't tend to explode, but you get the idea. And the other one I have is the Twister. So if you remember the shotgun from Borderlands 2, it's a spell in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It's somewhat changed in functionality, but same general energy. Can you get a Fortify with Hydras for a companion build? You can. You can. I don't know if you can get Fortifying and Hydras on the same sigil. I think they're different different kinds, but you can just run like multiple sigils. If you're a spell shot, for example, you can just equip 2 sigils, which I've done, and it's enjoyable. Note that you cannot stack 2 fortifying sigils. You only get the benefits of 1, but you can use 2 different kinds of sigils at the same time and benefit from both. So like you'll get the Hydra turrets, for example, while you're in your fortifying sigil as well. 6.8 second cooldown, flamethrower seem to do quite decent damage. The damage isn't huge, Cordon Human. It's more a supplementary damage source, but the way it primes enemies to explode like that is the real selling point. I do want to build around flamethrower and make it like a primary damage source, if I can, inflammation. It's got lots of charges. It's 6.8 second cooldown base before cooldown parts. 3 charges base before charge parts. You can get charge parts, you can get cooldown parts. So if you want to activate spells very frequently, for the same purposes we mentioned earlier for Arcane Bolt, Inflammation is another good one to do. And it's also super convenient for like breaking the die at the end of rooms in Chaos Chamber. Because you can just use 1 charge and then just like sweep over it and break everything. It's a nice spell to have. Hey Trade Secret, how you doing? Flamethrower's mad. Thank you for showing. Definitely gonna keep my eyes open for it. Highly recommend. It's a lot of fun. I imagine if you get it while leveling, you could probably use it as, like, your damage source. That sounds like a good time. I think maybe with the Spellshot Graveborn multiclass, you could make it do really good damage with, like, triggering Blast Gasp. I keep getting the out-of-range thing. There's probably a mechanic I'm missing with how this shit works. Oh no, that's in range. Cool. Come on. There we go. We'll do blue. Blue raid boss is just fun. They all fun though? Yeah, blue is something about it's so satisfying. There's a sigil with Hydra, Singularity, and Fortify from Request. Ooh, what's the name of that one, Psionic Hydra, if you don't mind me asking. I'll definitely keep an eye out for that. The quest or the item, either or. It's the one in Tangle Drift? There's several quests in Tangle Drift. With the wizard? Okay. I think spell's called Frostburn. Good to know, thank you. I've not used that one yet, so that's good to know. Cursed Crab. Hey, Mitch with 1L, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you're having a fantastic day. What are you up to? How'd stream go? For those of you who don't know me, I'm Quag. I'm a member of the official Wonderlands content creation team, and also just a builds nerd in general. We're messing around with a Spellshot Berserker build we put together the other day. And lots of reload speed. Look at this. And it's a lot of fun to play that way.
How's that for an active reload?
And way to get quest rewards post-game, vending machines. They will pop up again in item of the day slot and vending machines if you're lucky. For quests you've completed. Thank you, Pup T, for shouting out Mitch. I appreciate it. One chance you're running on all your gear if you don't mind showing that off? Sure. On my guns, I've got... I try to go for the elemental, the specific element enchants on my gun. I just didn't get lucky on this one and get dark magic on that, although I want to. So frost on my frost gun, poison on my poison gun. Non-LE, I went frost for my rage bonus element. On my melee weapon, I have spellcast increased damage dealt. On my ward, I have the general elemental damage. And then on my spells, I have, after casting a spell, your gun and melee attacks have plus crit chance. And then on spellcast, increased gun damage. Shroom is great, thanks. I'm playing around with cryo-based Berserker plus Warwarden. Very fun combo. Very much enjoy that one myself. Send all the giveaway codes. I think I'm waiting on one person to respond. Let me check my Twitter messages. Last person responded. Okay. Yeah, so the last code for the giveaway is going out right now. Let me just do that. So, I definitely want to do more giveaways in the future. Like, getting more people playing this game is amazing. Wonderlands is amazing, and I want to share it with everyone. Once again, thank you to 2K for providing the codes for me to do that. It's pretty awesome. What's the black powder weapon? This is a Masher assault rifle that I got. The ×4. So yeah, everyone, take it easy, Heisenberg. You have a good one. I appreciate the lurk. Use gluttony for this. Now we switch to White Rider for the armor. Look at this gun, it's so good. Bro, you have any opinions on the Moonstone Cap like-dislike? Strong dislike, Mitch. Strong dislike. I hope it's something they're willing to look into and adjust in the community's favor in the future. I think that high-quality items with specific roles and such are difficult enough to acquire, and I don't think we need a barrier of a limited number of enchants and also a very low quantity of moon orbs we can hold at a time. I think it's anti-player, I think it's a mistake, and I hope they change it. Okay, we got through the armor, we can go back to our sticky shotgun now.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Smasher full auto? It is not. Oh, I miscalculated with that. Dragon Lord health bar bugs out on the UI sometimes. It's going down, it's just showing him as immune, he's not. I think agonizing, making the rarest tier gear useless at a single click was a feature. It's an intentional feature. I don't think it was a good decision.
How's that for an active reload?
I've seen 1,000 things and crushed them all.
Ready to go.
Awkward. No, I did not play that well at all. You gonna spawn me an ad? Actually, you don't spawn ads during that. Huh. Yeah, I messed up by phasing him there. That was entirely my fault. I should pay closer attention. See, you stop paying attention sometimes the game's like, no. Skeep was on cooldown, no ads. Unfortunate. Happy to farm or stack up a bunch of moon orbs. I hate getting stuck in a 4,096 reroll. Right, like, it's larger than the cap that, even if that wasn't an issue, you get to moon orb cap very easily. Like, I'm at 4,000, and it feels bad. I don't like that. It's an arbitrarily low number. Is that flamethrower spell doing anything? I haven't been able to get damage from it since the last super short. Enemies that you've damaged with it, Rain, explode. And enemies hit by that explosion will also make that explosion when they die. So you can blood-splode enemies with it. See? Big boom. Big boom.
You won't be needing that.
Flamethrower spell? Yeah, Carter. Hey, Control, how you doing?
You wanted some meat,
Let me try out the masher on you. Yeah, non-LE guns against Bernadette, definitely the play. We're just gonna sit here, I'll just let me... No, it happened again. You can second one up facing Bernadette though. There you go. I don't get it, Iridium didn't have a cap, and even then rerolling speed pain in the backside. Yeah, LGD, I don't know what their creative vision with Moon Orbs is. I don't know why they felt the need to add an additional gear bottleneck in that way. I don't think it's necessary. I think acquiring good gear in this game is hard enough with the sheer number of enchantments, with chaotic and volatile on top of normal item part variants, and just general loot system. I feel like it's just an extra layer that doesn't need to be there. Hey, Race Car Jerry, how you doing? Lego's pretty much a goner if it didn't get the enchant quick enough and now costs the max to continue rerolling correct. You can still have it usable. Like, I don't remember how close to bricking this Gluttony is, but remember this build, I currently don't have an action skill at all, so this enchantment doesn't do anything. I have a non-anointed, or non-enchanted Gluttony at the moment. Now, I want to roll on spellcast increased dark magic damage, that would be ideal for this, but I've not gotten that yet, and I think I'm at like 1,000 reroll for this, so I have one reroll left on this before it bricks, and there's no hope. So I'm just not rolling it, in case they change it. Good, how about you? Doing fantastic today. I understand the fear, but it doesn't feel good to refarm gear. I've already earned it simply because it was cost locked. Right. Agreed. Brick needs to go, even Diablo isn't that punishing. Right. Diablo just ramps up the cost infinitely to a point where, yeah, eventually it's crazy expensive, but it doesn't, like, you can still do it. As long as they increase the cap and how many Moon Orbs we get, it's fine, I guess. I feel like Moon Orb acquisition rate is fine. Just increasing the cap of what we can hold and also putting a cap on the reroll cost. I think a combination of those two things would be ideal. Takes a lot more than 10 friggin' rolls. Yeah, it takes hundreds, thousands of rolls to get to the point where it's actually making it done. In Diablo. First time seeing blue. Blue's great. Now, because I'm using a blue weapon, the DPS on that mechanic was a little low. You can absolutely comfortably one-cycle this boss. I'm sure a lot of you have done it or seen it with a liquid cooling, for example. You can just kind of lay into the crit spot. It's very satisfying to watch. But this boss is one that's, it's a pure mechanical check. The DPS check is not very steep at all. It's just mechanics, positioning, situational awareness, basic things that Borderlands fans are a little out of practice with. So I like that this boss is tuned in this way. Now, of course, occasionally you're going to have your typical Terramorphous enjoyer being like, but this boss designed bad. I'm like, I don't know how a loot pinata is better than this for you, but to each their own. Thanks, Skeet.
Thanks for that.
Mechanics are quite simple, but still fun. Yeah, it's a fun loop to go through. And this is the kind of thing they have to do if they're looking to introduce mechanically involved things in future titles. You gotta get people used to the concept of doing mechanics. Because they're not currently, Borderlands fans at least.
I'll give you a good home.
It's just not something that the gameplay loop of Borderlands has ever really required. It's not a disparaging remark of the community, it's just something we've never had to do. Fire hurts. Fun fight. What mechanics we need to worry about or avoid a big AoE Nova? Exactly. And that can only be interesting so many times. Does this TDR SMG still do the MIRV thing from 3? I'm using a pistol, and no, there's no MIRV parts in this game. MIRV parts create dagger storms in this game. So the things you'd look for MIRV in BL3, that's dagger storm in this game. Or Skeep. Fine, fuck you, Skeep. Boss fights in this game make me really want to dodge ability. Fortunately, you've got movement speed as an option. Most characters have access to movement speed stuff in their tree. In fact, it's very hard to take a multi-class that doesn't get movement speed. Berserker has it, Stabomancer has it, Spore Warden has it. So half of the classes have a movement speed option. You can also roll it on gear. And movement speed allows you to dodge a lot of those mechanics more easily. You get movement speed as parts on shield, you can get movement speed on your armor. You can get spells that increase your movement speed. You got options. Now what to roll for this? Sniper would give me chances at a sawmill. Shotgun would give me chances at shotgun upgrades. I also could use an amulet that has better damage on it, because like the frost damage is nice, the spell shot power is nice, reload speed's nice, but the fire rate doesn't really do much for this build. And I do still want a twin soul with the correct stuff. But we'll go shotgun for now. Times 16 Hydra Chaotic Shotgun. Yeah, I'll take that. That's pretty good. Next game. I'll go melee weapon over a twin soul with echo and amp. Currently leveling Feral Surge Berserker. Any tips, items, and chants I should look out for? I would say that the biggest thing to keep in mind when using Feral Surge is you want to weaken enemies to get that free activation as often as you can. So you'll have this gameplay loop of using other means to whittle enemies down, then finish them off with Feral Surge. Also, Feral Surge is really good at traversing the environment. You could use it to get out of danger. You could use it to close gaps. You could use it as a dodge skill if you want to even. But it does have a bit of a long cooldown. So learning when to use Feral Surge instinctively is going to be a big thing to focus on with that action skill. I don't think my loot lug's applied right now. Caustic Snake Stick, huh? Meh. On a 694 times 2 liquid chaotic. Let's go, Theo yells. That's sick. Congrats. You're right, I'm still gearing, so not got many options that way right now. Right, it's definitely something to keep an eye out for while you gear. Spellblade with Echo, I'll take it. Just apply your loot luck? Ah, understandable. Sorry, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I really want this this Gluttony with Dark Magic enchant, because that would be very, very nice. This thing's doing work. Keep an eye out for this, chat. One of my favorite items so far, really. And it's, of course, got a downside. When it means equivalent exchange, it means equivalent exchange. To use this item, you are constantly knocking yourself down to half health. Constantly. Now, I have a Skeet, which helps counteract that. But every throw, if you're above half health, will put you to half health. Every single one. Does that work with the Deathless? It will put you to half. Half rounded up. So it won't ever kill you. Throwing this item will never kill you. Can you explain how you get Moon Orbs? Play game. I play on intense difficulty, Smut Azura, so I just get Moon Orbs, like, a lot, passively. It's not something I ever pay attention to. If I run out of Moon Orbs, I just do a Chaos Chamber run, and then I'm good. So you can cap your Moon Orbs very easily. Put some stuff in the bank. We got a full storage. Full backpack, rather. Yeah, put away those Furiors. Those will be useful later. Could put away the times 21 Kettle Drum, but I'll keep it out for now. I like having that helical just in case I want to get spicy. Put away that Ice Spike. I don't feel like using it at the moment. Keep that Twin Soul. Actually, no, I don't need that one. I'll keep that Spellblade just in case. I always like to have Spellblade on me when I'm playing Spell Shot. I got an extra body rune, right? I can store that. Where was that? That was... Where's the ward section? Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. Oh, there it is. Cool. Upper cap on Moon Orbs. Why? I do not know. I do not agree with the decision. Hopefully it's something they're willing to look at and adjust. Because I don't think it's a good idea either. So what do I spend Moon Orbs on now, right now? Right now. What am I talking about? I guess I could roll that helical, try to get something good. It's not a bad enchant. You get really good uptime on that because you're reloading every shot. Okay, I'll let that sit. Could roll the Kettle Drum a bit, but it's already up to 128. Maybe I'll hold off on that. We haven't rolled this Glacial Cascade yet. Let's get something useful on that. Okay, that's a good enchant on that. Not ideal for this setup, so I'll toss another couple rolls at it, but it's a good start. Action skill active frost damage. That could be good. I think I'll take that for another build. Yeah, that can stay. How much is this? Yeah, my non-chaotic Gluttony is still only at 8 reroll costs, but how much is my chaotic one up to? Yeah, it's at the 1,000. So I've got exactly 1 reroll left after... I've got 2 rerolls left before this thing bricks. It'll be 1,024, then it'll be 2048, then the next one is 4096. The cap is 4,000. So I've got 2 rerolls left on this Gluttony. So I'm not touching my chaotic Gluttony because I don't want to brick it. If you want to do a Greatborn Deathless build, can't get the Deathless to roll +1 to Lord of Edges. So skills on class mods, or on armor rather, I should say, Hydra, are determined by which class combination you have. You might know that, but for everyone else's benefit. There's a spreadsheet made by Asa. It is pinned in the resources channel in the Discord if you ever want to access it. But in terms of Lord of Edges, Stabomancer primary, Graveborn secondary rolls Lord of Edges. So you want to look for Stabomancer, Graveborn in that order. That's going to be how you get that. Let's see if we can get on spellcast damage dealt on that Spellblade. We could use Moon Orbs on that. I'm always looking for an excuse to use Moon Orbs so like they don't go to waste. What manufacturer Spellblade? Is that Valora? Swift, okay. I don't know why I thought it was Valora. I'm weird. Oh, that's not even the right item. I accidentally switched to the wrong thing. There were a couple of rolls of my Ragnarok I didn't intend to. Ooh, after getting a melee kill, refresh one spell charge. Yeah, I want to try that out. I want to mess with that. Because, in theory, this might trigger off of echo kills. I'm gonna try that. I'll swap this out for spellcast damage dealt. Do I have that on something convenient? I could do double twister. Fire Quicking Sunder. Concentrated Magic Barrage. We'll go with the Fire Quicking Sunder for now. I have an alright one as a purple, but the Deathless has been eluding me. Even if the passes weren't great, just having the skills roll properly is difficult to get. Definitely. You gotta go for specific class combinations, and that can be tricky. That could be a little bit tricky. Ooh, that's an interesting thing on Twitter. Okay, cool. Staying connected, keeping up on stuff. So let's go into a run and test this. First, we'll check these vendors, though. Always check these vendors, chat. You can find really good stuff in vendors in this game. Some of my best items were from these vendors right here. Hey, Hadrinson. Let me know if I butchered that, by the way. Fan of your flat guys, I don't think I've ever stopped at your stream before. Well, welcome in. I appreciate the kind words. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And we're taking that same flak cursed science energy into Wonderlands. We're doing some Spellshot Graveborn stuff. Which is maybe a little more unconventional than other spell shot setups you might have seen. Because I'm doing lots of reload speed tech, particularly with sticky shotguns. So we're kind of farming for that. But you can apply this to lots of other weapons. For example,
You won't be needing that.
if you like black powder shotguns, you could do that. You could do something like this with, I want to mess around with using From the Shadows to auto-crit on the gun, and then spam this with that enchant that extends your From the Shadows duration every time you reload. I want to get that enchant on this gun, and then, obviously, second class Stabomancer, so every shot gets the ricochets. And I want to test out mobbing with that. That sounds like a good time. Isn't spell Graveborn with tons of companions kind of nuts? Graveborn, with its access to damage from lots of companions, is just kind of crazy. Yeah, and Spellshot Greyborn have really good interactions for making your spells do crazy damage. Greyborn's got really good survivability from casting spells. Greyborn's just a very, very strong class, as is Spellshot. I would say those are the two strongest right now, so combining them together gets to a point of insanity. Deputy Stabbo build, something like that. Hey, Poc. Honestly, I enjoy trying unconventional builds. Like right now I'm trying to up the chaos on my Berserker Spore Warden setup. Nice, yeah. My first character I got to Chaos 20 was a Berserker Spore Warden. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Love me some cursed builds. Absolutely, you're in the right place. Just hit Chaos 20, let's go. The Liquid Cooling carried hard. Liquid Cooling slaps. What shotgun is that? I'm not sure which one you mean, Theo. So I'll just show you both that I had in my hand in the last few minutes. Times 21 purple kettle drum. I want to look out for a 25, because in Borderlands 3 you get a 25. And if it uses the same part set, then a 25 is possible. So keep an eye out for that, chat. 21 or 25s. And the main thing I'm using in this build is a times 18 2-mag body rocker. Not meant Spore Warden, meant Graveborn. Berserker Graveborn? Yeah, that's a setup that I did. I made a Berserker Graveborn gun build that's very powerful. Very Skeep-centric, accidentally, as well.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
What weapons would you suggest beyond Liquid Cooling for a Berserker? Gluttony is going to be great as long as you can get yourself a source of healing to counteract it. The Skeep amulet does a lot to counteract that, but Gluttony chuck damage is really strong. And you'll be reloading frequently, so if you have the enchant on your shields for a barrage charge every time you reload, that could be a nice synergy. Times 18 sticky shotguns are every character's friend. The White Rider is really good for dealing with flying enemies because it locks on, and also it's really good for dealing poison damage, of which there's not that many strong sources of poison damage in this game. Times 4 Jacob's ARs are very good. Times 3 Torg assault rifles are very good. There's lots of Furiors. It's hard to go wrong with Furior as a manufacturer. Of course, you have the times 4 SMGs in Hyperius and Dahlia. I'm looking for a chaotic times 3 Sawmill. This sniper rifle right here, because that's really high card DPS, and I wanna mess around with that. So I have high hopes for that gun. Yeah, those are some guns you can work with. There's a lot more item variety than some would have you believe in this game, in terms of viable guns. Need a boss rush for Chaos Chamber, that'd be cool. Have you done all the hidden bosses? Because it is entirely possible to have a 5 consecutive boss fight rush in the Chaos Chamber. In fact, you have to do a 4 boss rush to get the 4th hidden boss. I love how much reload speed this spec gets. It's kind of crazy. Just in case people still haven't done that 4th boss, because we're still less than a week out, I'm just going to delete that message, Professor. Just in case anyone's trying to stay unspoiled on what the 4th boss is. But no worries, you're fine. No need to feel bad or anything. But it's a mechanic-based fight. That one in particular. There's a couple fights among the hidden boss fights that aren't as difficult in terms of their damage output or their or the amount of health they have. I guess I'll go with that. But instead, it's that they ask you to do things that you wouldn't be used to in Borderlands, and I like that. Wire Rider's so good, thank you for letting me know about the damage difference between single beam and dual beam. I just found out about that myself yesterday, Trinity. I was told about it yesterday. I had used it in dual beam and been underwhelmed, but the single beam does so much more damage. It's really nice. I'm a big fan of the single beam White Rider.
This'll be over before you can regret
What's the difference? The dual beam chains to enemies, but does way less damage. See, this is dual beam damage. It's kind of dog water. But you go single beam, and it shreds.
You're nothing but a skateboarder.
You're fighting Scooter. Hey Nola, how you doing?
Let's get casting and blasting. Instant chasm. I did it all for a little more.
Yo, Silent. Thank you so much for the 3 months with the streak. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Always a pleasure to have you around, and I appreciate the continued support.
This world's no place for the weak.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You go back
Oh, there's a black powder double barrel that makes it rain arrows, and it seems strong when I was using it, like Hellwalker strong. Rain of Arrows is good. It's good single target DPS. A bit awkward to use, but I don't mind that. Rain of Arrows is good. That's my issue with the White Rider. The targeting is interesting. That's an advantage of it, Loki Legend. It's not an issue, that's a strength of the gun. Because you could use it to lock on to flying enemies that are otherwise kind of annoying to hit, such as Iclops. It is my go-to for dealing with Iclops enemies. They're just pain. Flag aim, yes, Kyler. Putting me on blast like that. How dare you accurately criticize my aim? The nerve. Honestly, chat, you see what my mods do to me?
Can't wait to throw some spells. Heroes are made of such stuff as Might have lived if you'd run. I'll give you a good home.
Hey Don, how you doing? Start a new playthrough until they fix Clawbringer in some way. Clawbringer can do damage, Solo Kingman. It just requires a lot more gear investment and working on certain aspects of it. It's absolutely viable. I know Lazy has gotten a really powerful Clawbringer setup together. I believe Epic has also gotten something he's very happy with. And D2H has been doing pretty well on Clawbringer kind of just the whole time. It's just harder to get up to a point where it's like, it feels as strong as the other classes. I've enjoyed Claw Stab thus far. Yeah, there you go, Kevin's website. Another person who enjoys Claw.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
A bit toxic there, Fox. It's not really necessary.
You tell
Even
me
if said in jest, sometimes that doesn't translate well. I enjoy it, just hard finding what to do. Yeah, Clawbringer is one of those classes that it helps to think of it as you are using your second class to buff the Clawbringer rather than the other way around. So for example, in this setup, I'm using Berserker to enhance Spell Shot. you would do the same as a Clawbringer. You would use your second class to enhance the first one. It doesn't work very well the other way around, because Clawbringer doesn't have a lot to offer the other classes that they can't really cover more effectively, or that another class can't just fill the same role but better. So it's better to think of it the other way. And that really does help with build crafting for Clawbringer. Personally noticed no issues with Claw. I'm still ironing out the build, but Claw is so fun, just raining elements down. The issues with Claw are kind of some identity confusion. Like, it doesn't know what it wants to be. It's not particularly good at boosting any one thing other than the Wyvern. Like, it's not good at boosting melee compared to the other classes that do that. It's not good at boosting guns compared to the other classes that do that. And it's not good at boosting elemental damage compared to the other classes that do that. It's not good at tanking compared to the other classes that do that. Now, I will say, in terms of what it does offer, it's got some interesting utility stuff. There's a cool Clawbringer Spore Warden interaction that allows you to apply Spore Warden's very powerful debuff very easily as a Clawbringer, so that's cool. The Wyvern Companion seems to be the most individually powerful of the class feat companions. And Clawbringer has a very solid first 2 tiers of the skill tree, for gun builds at least. You've got Oath of Fire and Dragon Aura, and that's a very solid 10 points. Only after that does it get questionable. Important question, does this game have a Snowdrift item? It does not. Could you explain the Butt Stallion Blessing? I don't quite understand it. Oh, sure, Champion Hunter. So if you get a Butt Stallion Blessing, it's going to boost a skill from your skill tree. So you see I have 5 out of 3 in Cold Snap right now. I do not have extra points in Cold Snap from my armor, so that shows that I'm getting extra points to Cold Snap from Butt Stallion. It's the same thing as armor putting extra points in a skill you have. A Butt Stallion will do that for you. So I have 8 out of 5 Prestidigitation, that's from my armor. I have 2 out of 1 High Thread Count, also from my armor. But this one is not from my armor. I somehow got a hair in my mouth. Ugh. I appreciate that there's no Snowdrift and Cuppers to an extent because we're not as locked into those items for speedrunning as in BL3. Right. Thanks for clearing it up. You're very welcome. And the other thing that Clawbringer has that's a bit weird is there's a couple of damage skills that are just low value for no reason. Like, there's a skill, like, halfway down the tree that's 8% gun damage. 8%. For the placement of the tree, that's incredibly inefficient. Also, the Capstone has a 25-second cooldown, and it hurts you. The thing deals self-damage. I don't feel like it needs all of those drawbacks. It's not that good. So just a little bit of smoothing out of the edges of Clawbringer would help the class a lot for accessibility. Because in terms of peak power, you can absolutely make it work well enough to clear Chaos 20 efficiently. It's just, there's a lot more investment required, and then that, in turn, exposes issues like the bricking of items with rerolling. If Clawbringer is more enchant dependent than other classes, then you're going to brick more items, and then that becomes more and more of a problem, right? %8 mult gun damage, even with an 8% mult at that placement in the tree. Compare it against the diversity of damage boosts and the amount you get from other classes at that point. It's about here, right? It's tier 3 or 4 for that 8%. Berserker is getting 20% to an element, getting fresh mult from Icebreaker, getting the old ways for global damage, getting the only known source of cryo efficiency in the entire game, unarmored defense being a massive chat of a skill, then you've got area damage down here. Like, compare Clawbringer to this point to Berserker to this point, or Spell Shot to this point, or Stabomancer to that point, or Spore Warden to that point. That's the issue. You gotta take a lot of dead points to get down the Clawbringer tree. You pick a cryo gun build with Berserker. There's a lot of very powerful cryo guns, so you're in luck. How do you get that blue gun? Random drop. Luck. Pure luck. I've been farming for purple, chaotic, or volatile, or volatile purple, ideally, of the same thing for a few days now, and I've had no luck. So. Ideas on hero points I should spec into for Berserker. Crit damage for sure. Depending on your choice of action skill, that's going to change the priority of the other ones. If you're using... Are you using, no, let me just ask, which action skill are you using? Because that affects how I prioritize my hero points more than anything else. I've been procrastinating because I'm doing good with my Spore Stabbo. I just feel like I get even more damage output. It's addicting, right? That drive to just make your DPS that much more efficient on a setup you enjoy. Like, key phrase being on a setup you enjoy. Because I could optimize the setup further by dropping Berserker for Graveborn, for example, and that would open up a lot of doors. But I wouldn't enjoy doing that. So that's why I'm not. I like optimizing within the bounds of this particular build and the interactions it provides. I'm trying to bonk this guy. Didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Oh well. Thank you for the enrage, sir. I'm super enjoying my Spore Stabbo build. Nice. Hey Matthew, got a question. How do you feel about there being little to no dedicated drops? Well, that's just misinformation. This idea that there's little to no dedicated drops, it just isn't true. That's how I feel about it. In fact, in terms of known dedicated drops on the spreadsheet right now, let me look. I'm scrolling. There is a... So, rings are world drop only, but that's not really that problematic. And then in terms of every other category, there's only like 1 to 5, 6 items per item type that don't have drop sources. Like, lots of these items do have sources. Also, loot acquisition from Chaos Chamber, super friendly. Super player friendly. Getting stuff from Chaos Chamber is extremely efficient.
What shall I meet death out with next?
Yeah, I've got the hot bar at the bottom of my screen, the Windows bar. It won't go away. Send help. Me starts running Blizzard action skill UK weather. Fucking Blizzard activate. Oh no. In terms of the total situation with dedicated drops, now there's a somewhat related issue that a lot of named enemies don't respawn. However, there are not drops exclusive to those named enemies individually. So like everything is farmable.
I've got all the magic I need. Another notch
Having much less emphasis on save farming is refreshing. In my personal opinion, I agree. Now, let me be perfectly clear. There's been some feedback on the dedicated farming front that Gearbox has already worked to address. For example, it was a big complaint in the review build of the game, which a lot of us played, and to the point where I, as someone who strongly dislikes dedicated farming, and I don't like to do it, just like ever, I also recognize it as a problem, and I wanted them to adjust the drops a little bit, and they did so. They did so before the official launch of the game. They corrected that by improving drops, and it feels a lot better than it did. I think it's fine right now, personally. Other than some enemies not respawning for no real reason, it's fine. I was kind of curious about the situation, because there was a bit of an uproar about it. Suffice it to say, the short version is drop rates were a lot lower for us than they are for you guys. They addressed that quickly. Because Gearbox does that. They do take feedback into account, and there was a lot of feedback on this subject. I think having both is the best call. Lets people who enjoy both be able to do what they want. I agree, Hydra. 100% agree. So, how do I get rid of this Windows thing? It's so annoying. I tabbed out to Twitter and now it won't go away. Okay, there we go. Windows be weird sometimes. I've heard there's been a lot of feedback on the rerolling cost of Moon Front 2. Yeah, I'm hopeful that that they're willing to adjust that portion of the game. Because I think the Moon Orb and enchantment bricking situation is one of the only, like, hard downsides of the game. I think there's stuff that's, like, other stuff that's like, well, I suppose that's not a big deal. That's the only one that, to me, other than bugs, of course, is a really big deal. That's, like, the intentional design choice that I disagree with the most. The Moon Orb thing. I associate it with the enchantment thing. I lump it into one. I don't have any other, like, major complaints that I can think of in terms of design choices. Does Time 16 Shotgun only have 2 mag size? Just got a chaotic purple version. They can have 2 mag size, they can have 3 mag, they can have 5 mag. What mag did you get, Trinity, and what element? Because I'm about to be jealous. At 20k ward, my spell shot feels great. Nice. That's gotta be satisfying. Two mag cryo? I'm so ridiculously jealous. Share? I'm so heated. I've been farming for that exact thing. Pain, suffering, grr. But I'm happy for you, in seriousness. Congrats, that's a hell of a roll. What do you think the solution to the inevitable amalgam meta is? Severely curtail the scaling of chaotic, volatile, etc. Those need to be weaker than they are. For example, instead of chaotic being 2 levels, chaotic should be 1 level. Instead of volatile being 4, volatile should be 2. Etc, etc. That slows it down a lot. So if they just cut the bonus given by chaotic and volatile, etc. in half each, then that slows down the issue quite a lot. Because otherwise, eventually we're going to end up with a situation where one single amalgam equipped with good stats is going to give you more bonuses than both of your skill trees combined. So think about it. Look at this one that I have right now. It's not chaotic or volatile. It's still 25% gun damage, 20 movement speed, 15 all damage, 30 gun crit, 15 area damage. And then you've got the skills that it rolls as well. But look at the skill tree. That's very comparable to just the values you're getting for going down like 4-5 tiers of a skill tree. So we'll see about that. Now, the alternative, if they don't adjust the scaling like that, providing more difficulty options that don't introduce more levels. So, like, let's say, these are arbitrary numbers, disclaimer. Let's say they introduce more Chaos Sub-Rarities, they do 3 more, right? Above Volatile. Let's say they do 3 more, which means that if it scales at the current rate, Volatile is 4, next one would be 6, next one would be 8, next one would be 10. So you'd have an item that's 10 player levels ahead functionally. Incidentally, that's the same as Mayhem 10 and OP 10 guns. Then what they could do is have further chaos levels after that, just not give better tiers, but increase the chances at the existing tiers, and continue to ratchet up enemy health. That's something that could be done to preserve some sort of difficulty integrity in the game. When you choose to do Elite Crystal Rooms only, I don't really have rhyme or reason to it, to be honest, Modazor. I just kind of arbitrarily am like, I feel like I could handle an Elite Room right now. So, yeah. I don't have a method to the madness there. I'm just like, sometimes I feel like doing an Elite Room, sometimes I don't. Thanks, Skeep.
You were short work. The spoils of war.
How are you eating Skeep? This amulet right here, Sacrificial Skeep. When your health's below 50%, a Skeep pops out, and this has a 30-second cooldown. The Skeep will fly around for like 10 seconds-ish, something like that, and it'll do healing pulses. And you can also kill it for on-kill effects, including death saves, if you're down. Without a doubt, Skeep is the best amulet in the entire game. And I hate saying best in these kinds of games, but it covers the most in the most situations. It's very consistent healing, which is not something that's as easy to get in this game as previous games. It allows you to successfully get back out of Save Your Soul when you're, say, fighting a boss that doesn't spawn adds in a particular phase. It's good group support as well. It's good utility for triggering kill skills and such. Skeep is just very powerful. When is this released on Steam? No date announced for Steam. It's easy to have most of my stuff on Steam. I mean, no easier than just having it on whatever platform and launching through desktop, which gets you by all of the launcher-related problems, but you do you. At the end of the day, if you want to play the game, it's available on PC, and it's up to you whether or not you want to wait for a release date that doesn't exist. Oops. I clicked the wrong scene. That's what happens when I go to rub my nose. That's my special vacation starting soon scene that I have. I have a bunch of weird scenes in OBS that, like, I never use. I'm a hoarder with not only backpack items, but OBS scenes. That's just a fun fact about me. Morning, Mahoney. Thanks for the content and insight. Hey, I appreciate you. My pleasure. Scene was dank. Only issue with it is that it can be floating into walls a lot when I need it most. Yeah, that can be annoying. If you're going to use the Skeep, it helps to have a gun that can just kind of nail it very easily. White Rider is very forgiving targeting. You could use a Gluttony and just throw it, so you got the AoE. Take a BRB, call it a vacation. Most likely 6 months to a year would be my guess. Yeah, that would be a guess. They've not announced anything yet officially, though, so.
She's just a girl and
So glad I hit 40 early. Got some quest items 40 early. Playing a class that can't heal, so I don't need it.
Eat they ass homie less than 3.
Eat they ass, homie. Hey, BCOD, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wish I could keep playing this game, but my PC's PSU is broken. Tried everything fixed for 2 weeks. Gonna replace now finally. I hope the replacement arrives soon. Finally made it to endgame so I can watch streams without spoilers. Have you been enjoying Wonderlands? Absolutely fantastic, Boosted Bandcamp. Absolutely fantastic. There's so much to do, and there's so much diversity in what kinds of builds you can tackle the content with. I just really like having meaningful choices, which is something that Borderlands 3 did, and Wonderlands leaned even more into. Skeep. Yeah, you can shoot the skeep and get up that way. It's awesome. Now, ideally, I should have a lightning spell equipped right now. To give that bonus element to my gluttony, but it's fine. Is there boss drops or cosmetics? Like the wizard hat, been grinding chaos for a few days, still not got it. I don't know the source of the cosmetics, personally. But I'm pretty sure I have every cosmetic in the game, just playing organically, not farming them. What's that shotgun that's nutty? Oh, you're gonna love this one. Ready? This is the shotgun. It's a blue. Not a chaotic, not a volatile, not a purple, not a legendary. It's just a regular old blue. Looking for particular kinds of items really, really helps. Certain item combinations, certain part combinations are really, really crazy. And that's what these games are all about. Blues are good now. This same kind of blue could do the same kind of stuff in BL3. Torg sticky shotguns are just good. Think they'll nerf Torg guns in this game too? I think it's likely that Torg and Inferior are gonna get scaled back at some point, because the sticky values are very high. We don't have as many ways to sustain ammo to apply like huge amounts of stickies in this, but they're still very, very good. I think if they scale back Torg, it won't be as dramatically as they did in BL3, or I certainly hope. I think Inferior, I don't think there's a way to not nerf Inferior for game health, if I'm being honest. Not necessarily the stuff you've seen me doing, but there's some crazy stuff you can do with that manufacturer that's just like, oh, it does that too? Oh, okay. Look at the last 7 dire to kill my brain. Oh, I feel you. I can't be bothered. I was blown away by the progression in boss design in this game, especially the Chaos Chamber Easter egg. Absolutely. Boss design is definitely one of the huge dubs of this game. It's absolutely amazing. Many steps forward. If you go co-op, will your item stay? Could you expand on... I'm not sure quite what you mean with that. What do you mean with your item stay? Oh, my loot just fell through the floor. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. Interesting. I've heard about that. It's the first time it's happened to me. Just jump down and get it? Can I photo mode through the floor? No, I cannot. Well, I don't know what's even there. I heard a chaotic or volatile sound, but now I'm in a position, do I check my lost loot? Do I use my crystals and push those things out of my lost loot? What do I do? Can someone clip that so I can pass that along as feedback? Just the loot going through the floor, please? Because, yeah. I just hope the fear will remain useful after being nerfed. This is the first time since TDR has been good outside of niche boss nuking. That's not quite true, Psionic Hydra. TDR was an extremely powerful manufacturer in BL3, even post-nerf. And in BL2, correct me if I'm wrong, knowledgeable BL2 players, wasn't the Baby Maker, like, god tier in that game. I know the Infection Cleaner and Avenger could be used for some situational boss things along with the Gunnerang, but wasn't the Baby Maker, like, amazing? And people at least had fun using TDR launchers. Chaotic Volatile stay in Lost Loot over normal legendaries? I have no idea. Is it like BL3, if you pick up and drop the items, they won't get pushed to Lost Loot, as far as I know? Lazy says yes? Cool. Thank you, Pup T. I appreciate you. Just pass that along for relevant place. One moment, chat. Bug reporting.
I do love my stuff.
Okay, there we go, reported. Yeah, the rest is going through too. So. Did it happen again? It sure did. Well, guess I'm not spending crystals from that run.
Now that's the good stuff.
Speaking of bugs, anyone else experience the thing where the quest log just doesn't show up? Yes, Jester. I probably have it right now, to be honest. Yeah. There's a fair amount of UI issues in this game. Now, something to keep in mind is somebody worked hard on that, and devs are people too. So please do not be toxic, keep your feedback constructive. I understand the UI things are frustrating, but devs are people too. I cannot repeat this enough. They are people, please treat them as such. Yo, Soccer Chick, thank you so much for the 6 months. Half a year already, wow. Time is crazy. Thank you so much. Questing fixes itself when you complete a quest. Not ideal, but that does work. See, I didn't know that. Thank you, Chester. That's helpful.
She's just a girl and
Very
she's
helpful.
on fire. There you go, Quack.
It's been half a year. What happened to time? Qua 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 qua.
Qua indeed. Thank you again, Soccer Chick. I appreciate you. So I'm gonna save quit here just in case my loot would fall through the floor again. And we're gonna check lost loot and see if there's anything of value in there. Need this workday to end so I can go and play this. Let's go. It was a chaotic rogue imp. I think that's the one that we lost to the floor, chat. I think it was a chaotic rogue imp. Because that wizard pipe that's in here, yeah, that was earlier. Okay. Put that in the bag. My experience, you don't even need to finish a quest, just progress it or pick up a new one. Ooh, that's good to know as well. Thank you, Mac. Hey, Prince of War. So I've been using Spore Zerker, and it's a lot of fun, though I find myself get down a lot. Should I go for the Convert Damage to Dark Magic comp? That's actually a super helpful one. If you can get really good stats on that, that is an approach you can take. Something you can also do is you can run a Skeep Amulet. That's a survivability solution in every build, in my opinion. You can run a Healing Sigil. If you get a... Pardon the stomach growls, chat. If you get a Fortifying Sigil, increases all damage by 20% while inside, big damage buff, and also heals for 8% of health every second. 8% health per second is huge. You guys know the very powerful Graveborn healing skill, Sanguine Sacrament? You get 15% per second for 2 seconds. Well, 8%'s more than half of fully invested Sanguine Sacrament. So, more than half of the most powerful healing skill in the game is still a very powerful heal, right? So, Healing Sigils, Skeep, Body Rune is very nice. It heals you for a chunk of your max health when you get a kill. So, you can sustain a lot by rotating those things to the best of your ability on that class combination. These are the Torgayars I was talking about. Now, this is green, so I'm not going to take this one. But these ×3s, you can have, like... I've had a 27 mag, if I remember correctly. 27 mag ×3. They do have that sticky bonus. And in particular, if you are a Spore Warden, you get mag size in your tree, and you have your ammo regen skill. There's also some shields, some wards that give you ammo regen. You can combine those, and you get a huge amount of stickies of this on a target at once. Very good for bossing. So, ×3 Torgayars. Good for bossing if you're looking for a gun for that. How do you feel melee performs in Chaos 20? It's going to require more sciencing. Yes, there's the live wire spell shot stuff that people are doing. In terms of more traditional melee approaches, that's going to require more optimization, but I feel like it works well enough to be enjoyable, and I'm looking forward to eventually creating some melee builds of my own. It's something that's going to require more investment than any other avenue of dealing damage, because ultimately you're looking at less damage, you're looking at a higher risk, you're looking at more awkward damage delivery, and you're looking at more specific gear requirements. All of that might sound a little bit daunting, but it gives you something to progress towards, which is what I like about it. And I like having high skill playstyles, and melee is definitely going to be one of those when built in that manner. Never found a good Torgayar, got carried by sticky pistols instead. So, see, I haven't used the pistols. A lot of people have been bringing up the pistols. I've not had the pleasure yet myself, but I've heard nothing but good things, so that bodes well.
Choose, Fate Maker. Good luck.
More investment than any other source of damage. Me in the corner trying to optimize Dire Sacrifice, my main damage source. That's actually a fair point. So Dire Sacrifice is really good in mobbing. If you put all the pieces together, you can make it very mobbing efficient. But the problem with Dire Sacrifice is it's kind of completely awful against bosses in Chaos 20. There's no way to sugarcoat that. Dire Sacrifice is... So, like, take my Graveborn Berserker build, for example. I was struggling with bossing. And then I switched to Reaper of Bones, and started one-magging raid bosses. Changed nothing else about the setup. Just that. Dire Sacrifice fell around 15 for me. It holds up to mobbing at Chaos 20, level 40, with, you know, full investment. You can absolutely mob well with it. It just, it doesn't do much more than that. And the thing with mobbing in this game is there's lots of things that mob well. Bossing is the harder thing in this game. Acquiring single target damage consistently is more difficult than acquiring mobbing DPS in Wonderlands. Buffmeister can come to all the elements, right? I'm pretty sure it can, not 100%. Yes, it can, Psionic Hydra. It can. Right, but I mean I could boss with Dire Sacrifice before that. That's a fair point then. But, you know, leveling, so. Good luck, buddies.
Your funeral.
Wait for Quack's Punch Bot Wonderlands. Punch Bot was Lazy's build. Wait for Lazy's Punch Bot. Can your blue gun be found anywhere with low chance, or is a certain area with low chance? It's anywhere. Blue rarity items are not source drops, unless they're quest rewards.
So much to conquer.
In which case, you get them from vending machines, or from the quests themselves. In the case of this item, it's a non-unique. It has no drop source. Just have to get lucky. Easiest way to farm it, I would say, would be the Chaos Chamber, the Shotgun Bunny. Thanks, Skeep. Twister just yeeting that crab. Oh, I love that so much. I get the name of the gun. It's a body rocker. You're just looking for a Torgue shotgun with either 13 or 18 projectiles and a mag size of 2. That is how you achieve the results that you're seeing from me right now. Specifically, mag size of 2, 13 or 18 projectiles. Is this in range? We'll find out. You following me? Yeah, you are. Come on. Come on. Oh, I was, like, just slightly too slow.
At least you're some use.
Our website like Loot Lemon for Wonderland stuff? Yes, Loot Lemon. I did it again! Okay, we got one more try. We got one more try. The long range for the blue puzzles, I'd like if they could, you know, make that happen less. Because some of the configurations for this is just like, hey, you have exactly half of a second to time this properly. Please buff Meister with Stand of the Soul. Does it give my guns dark magic damage? No. Bonus elements do not get other bonus elements. Buffmeister is a bonus element, so you cannot apply Stand of the Soul to it. Oh, well, I fucked it up again. Oh well. No blue. Strimmer is bad. Actual skill issue. The timing on that is sometimes tight. I'd like that to be a little more forgiving. Build bad. Hey Zachariah, how goes the Chaos runs? Chaos runs go great. We're experimenting with lots of different weapons and spells, really enjoying this particular setup. Oh, get that off dual beam. This gun's actually bad on dual beam. Ooh. No thank you. Skeep, save me. Thank you, Skeep. Gameplay is so satisfying seeing all the criticals and cool explosions. Yeah, Gearbox games do be like that. So on the legendary pistol, seems good on a Greyborn build. Which one? The Fearer one I'm using? Yeah, absolutely. Gluttony is just kind of good on, like, any build, really. It's just one of those guns that's really good. Does this keep heal you? Yes, Trinity. It does, healing pulses like healing barrels as it flies around. Nice just hit Chaos 20. Quick question, is there any purpose of the Chaos Trial at level 20 for you to go once I hit max? Not really. You can just do it because the Chaos Trials are fixed seeds, so if you ever want to go back through that Chaos 21 as just like a fixed run to see how fast you could do it, for example, it's there. It's kind of nice to have. It's like a featured run that's permanent. I'm pretty sure you can also help friends go through Chaos Trial, Chaos 20, in that way. But there's no real reason to do it over other things if neither of those are applicable to you.
The stuff legends are made of. Just what I needed.
That's fine. Haven't done any featured runs yet. Have we seen them switch yet, or is it the same one since the game came out? The game's not been out a week yet, so maybe it. If someone wants to check to see if it switched like 4 minutes ago or something, maybe they're following the same cycle, but they've not announced any sort of update schedule for the game. So we've not seen when featured runs reset yet. That was just a bad throw. I have no excuse for that. Oh no, it was stupid. Legendary is actually rare in this game. Define actually rare. Because rarity does not define value of the rarity. Scarcity, rather, I should say, does not define value of the rarity. It doesn't matter if your legendary item is, you know, a fucking 1% drop rate after adjusting for all parts and everything. Like, it doesn't matter if you can't use it. Like, I don't know what you want. Do you want to not get loot? Because if so, you can just not pick up loot. If you mean in comparison to, say, Borderlands 3 with the Schluter, sure, there's fewer legendaries. But, like, I never understand this talking point. Do you want to know if the items that are the main point of marketing with this genre of game are obtainable in the game? Like, I genuinely do not get that ideology. Obviously, I'm not showering in legendaries right now. Today's featured run is the same? Okay, thank you, CZ. Rare equals less than 7 legendaries per kill like BL3. Well, the thing is, that's not how every area of BL3 works. For example, in BL3, in the Guardian Takedown, the longest and most difficult activity in the game, that takes your average player about 30 to 40 minutes to do. Now, people who speedrun endgame content like myself can do it in about 16 minutes. But for an average player, you're talking 30, 40 minutes, you can do the entire thing and get one single legendary. But people aren't talking about that when they say BL3 gave too many legendaries, because they don't do that content. So it's not a universal problem in that game. But to answer the question, if you compare to, say, an average BL3 mob in like a Circle of Slaughter, yes, there's fewer legendaries. And I love GTD. Me too. People complain that secret raid bosses don't drop loot, which I get it, but like they're also just fun bosses. Yeah, that's something I wouldn't mind if they added loot to those, just because it wouldn't hurt my experience. Like, if it would make more people happy, sure, do it. It doesn't detract anything from my gameplay. But ultimately, I'm happy with the bosses right now. They're just enjoyable to do, and they're very advantageous to do crystals-wise. So. How do you feel about the Deathless class mod? I think it'd be fun to build around. Here to build two elite encounters? Yes, I just started an elite encounter. We'll do one right now. Oh no, two legendaries. Two legendaries. Alert the press. Too many legendaries. It's too rewarding, chat. Oh, no, three legendaries. I have orange beams on my screen. Everybody panic. Such a weird attitude.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Game bad. Twitch police on their way. You mean you're telling me that I can actually acquire the cool items that this game's entire loot economy is structured around? Terrible design. New Godfall Dead blog? Ooh, nice. I'll have to read that after stream. I'm start with 2 Valor Plate shards already unlocked because the base requirements are kill Zamora once, kill macros. Let's go. A Skeep. Poison damage, stab, and Mincer power. Unfortunately, not good passives, but it tried. A laser hand. This is just a fun one. Okay, look at this, chat. Pew. Is that what I had equipped there? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Got all the dice? Let's go, Jordan. Congrats. What are you working on today? We are messing around with this spell shot build, which has frighteningly fast reload speed. And that's just a blast.
You only needed that.
High drop rate is a requirement when you have high part variance like BO3 did. Exactly. And Wonderlands has the same part set as BO3, by the way, so there's going to be items that have configurations that, to get a specific variant, you're looking at hundreds of thousands, if not more, of combinations of things to get a particular version. Remember, just getting a drop is not getting the drop.
Forgot who you were dealing with.
Because I could get an item named Body Rocker here. It could be a Torg Body Rocker. And it can have 1 projectile instead of 18. It can have a 7% sticky mult instead of an 18% sticky mult. It can have an 8 mag instead of a 2 mag. It can be the wrong element. It can be a different enchant, but it's still the same item. So getting the drop is not getting the drop you need, inherently. Higher drop rates help with that. Where's Crucible's go? There you are. There we go. The stats matter more than the color and sound of the drop. Exactly that. Exactly that.
Ready to go.
So like, yay, this is a legendary. It's also a non-enchanted, not even chaotic, ×1 blue cake. So completely worthless to me. But orange beam. No, I don't care about that. I do not care. It's the only orange beam in this room. Does that make it valuable? No. There's one orange beam, there's 2 purple beams. Does that mean this orange is worth more than these 2 purples? No, because this one is actually good. This one is actually good. This one is not. So, judge it on an item-by-item basis. Why is this barrel continually exploding? Oh, okay, this is interesting. So you see what's happening here, chat? This barrel is making a water puddle that is then triggering the barrel. Huh. Barrel, you played yourself. Isn't it bad that I like watching barrels suffer after all that time in BL3? Infinite energy source. That's amazing. Can I get a clip of this too, just because it's funny? Hi, cat. That's what we can replace fossil fuels with? Yes. Catch up on chat a little bit. Shield Mobius also just gets a free ring slot. Beautiful. He's the same type of people who complain about save editors, who complain about too much legendaries. Yeah, like, don't create a situation where people want to save edit if you don't want people to do it. Simple as that. Underrated, but barrels having a timer means I don't die to them as much. Some barrels have a timer. Some of them, you know, are one and done. Some of them will explode multiple times, but yeah. Generally having smaller splash radius in this game does mean I find myself dying to barrels far less frequently, and that's a very good quality of life thing. However, water is still a massive problem. There's a lot of water in the Chaos Chamber rooms, and any stray elemental damage source hitting that water means you're gonna die. It's a rude zombie. Water's the 5th raid boss of Wonderlands. Really do be like that. This poor guy just stuck in the trap. Feels bad. He was trying his best, chat. He had hopes and dreams, and that spike thing just robbed him. Run Stavos 4 for my gun build. I see a lot of people doing that. It sounds fun. I want to try that and kind of like recreate gun flak. Sounds like a good time. Water's bad for you, I knew it. Can't believe I got the same volatile twice yesterday. Yo, let's go. That's crack. Thank you for the clip. That's the wrong menu. I feel like the too many Legos doesn't feel special argument assumes that part variance doesn't matter, and the section of the community making said argument doesn't ever farm for good rolls. They're happy to use subpar gear to casually play, or the only activity they enjoy is safe quit farming bosses, which they can still do. Correct. Part variance is a huge part of that conversation.
Thanks for that.
Unfortunately, so far, I found myself just making flak again. Nothing wrong with that. Flak is just enjoyable. You can make gun flak in this game. You can make gun Amara in this game. There's the tools across multiple multi-classes. So it's cool to make old favorites with new flavor.
This world's no place for the weak.
Cursed crab. This thing terrify me.
Let's get dancing and flowing.
That's the thing, I enjoy that, and part of that stems from my door playing Zero and BL2. Plus the mushroom buzz is great. See, Zero is not a thing for me, but that's okay, because there's so many playstyles across all of the Borderlands games, and now Wonderlands as well, that there's a little something for everyone. Everyone's got their favorites, and more options for more people is always a good thing. All poetry's done after Dice, now I just need to go through and find the map I'm missing a marble on. I have not even bothered on the marbles at all. I just can't be bothered. Greyborn is bugged, showed I had 5 companions when I was out of the Chaos Chamber. What's your multi-class? Yoso, if you don't mind me asking. Helps diagnose these things. Because there's a couple potential bugs. Spore? Okay, so Spore Warden, Mushroom Companion, you get an additional one for each Chaos Chamber run you complete. It's just a phantom one floating in the sky, but it counts for Faithful Thralls from Graveborn. So every time you do a Chaos Chamber run without save quitting, you get another bonus Mushroom Companion. So that tells me that you did several Chaos Chamber runs. And you can tell that you're under the influence of this bug, one, if you look at the hot bar like you did, the buff bar, or if you look up in the sky and you see it say Mushroom Companion up there, then the bug is active. So keep an eye out. There's a lot of content out there with OP Graveborn Spore Warden build. See how many Mushroom Companions they have. See how many stacks of Faithful Thralls they have without, spamming Inferiors. Because there's a lot of people unknowingly benefiting from that bug. Also, a lot of people knowingly benefiting from that bug. Hope it gets fixed. Man, these crabs are... Ugh. This enemy type is scary. That was tense. Gotta wish there was a way to play the Maya Pimpernel Chain Reaction build again. The build is so damn fun. Who knows? Maybe there's interactions that allow for something like that, Bubba. We'll have to wait and see. After all, this game's only 6 days old. As for Borderlands 3, it was after 2 years that we were still finding things out about items that were in the game at launch. 2 years we kept finding new things. So who knows what's in Wonderlands that we don't know about yet. You're a pug? Got him, Asa. Absolutely destroyed. Drill? Plasma Bomb is close, not quite the same for me. Yeah, there's a little bit of a different flavor. Okay, drill. I guess I just... body rock drill. I don't really need to use a Sunder on this. I could use a Sigil. Sigil would be in my best interest. Do I have one with spellcast damage dealt, though? That's the question. Spellcast gun damage? No, I don't have proper enchant. Oh well, I'll use this one anyway. Use that, then we'll swap out this twister. Favorite those. Instead of that twister, we can run that twister? Yeah, we'll run that one. What do you mean you don't like enemies where half their body's an invincible shield? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Like I said earlier, chat, sigils are good. Get a good fortifying sigil, it's a bunch of damage, a bunch of healing. It also blocks a lot of projectiles. Can it block that? I'm not sure, I haven't tested that. Okay, it does not block that. I was tempted to brute force with Gluttony. I'm seeing if my ammo holds up to that. Probably won't. Yeah, that's not gonna hold up. Okay. Good test. Sigil blocks those fire bombs. It blocks a lot of stuff. Kind of runs you do, what's the strategy? I'm not sure what the question here is. What's the strategy? Kill the enemies, collect the loot. Got myself don't think the sigil blocks that, right? Yeah, it doesn't. That'd be crazy if it did. That wouldn't even make sense. Hey, Eternal Dragon, how you doing? Quick question, to share a character with someone, just need to take the save file? Yes.
Casting and blasting.
Fun. Yeah, I still need a shotgun upgrade here. That DPS could be a lot higher. I also wanted more elements. But not bad, all things considered. Especially because large portions of our damage are distance-based and also status effect-based. We can't freeze drill, nor can we get close to drill most of the time. So we're missing out on two big damage things. But not bad. Definitely not bad. Okay, my loot did not fall through the floor this time. We got a Chaotic Inflammation. Very nice. Love that spell. Fought the green raid boss a couple more times, not been able to get the other two. I found there are even more mechanics in the fight than I first saw. Yeah, the mechanics in the green one are subtle. Subtle to the point where they can be easy to miss and hard to capitalize on, but they're there. They're there. Each of the bosses does have mechanics. Got any decent volatiles yet? I've gotten some. Let's see, do I have any on this particular save? Might not have any relevant ones on me. Ah, this is a volatile. Yeah, this ring. I have a volatile rain of arrows. A couple volatile non-unique items. Hey Kate, how you doing? Do name quest items have any hidden buffs to them in the red text? Depends on the item. Some of them do. You tried any inflammation with Livewire or Polymorph spam? Maybe hidden interactions possible. I tried it with Polymorph. It just kind of shoots out puffs from the skeep in like a straight line into a wall. Doesn't work well with Polymorph. But you don't need to kill with inflammation, you just need to prime things with inflammation. That's the big thing. You just need to prime things with it. Been a while, checking in on you. Doing great, doing great. Hope things are good on your end. Right, let's go sniper ropes for a while. I do want that sawmill to try out. We're looking for a ×3 sawmill. If it rolls in shock, I want that. But a ×3 chaotic sawmill in shock would be like the goal. I'll take non-Ellie as well, honestly. What do you mean by prime? I haven't used the spell. Enemies that you damage with inflammation, for a short time after they've been hit, if they die, they explode, and any enemy in the radius of that explosion gets that effect applied to them as well. So yes, you could chain explode things with inflammation. You just need to kill an enemy that you've hit with it. Inflammation does not need to get the killing blow for this effect. So many weapons, I'm nowhere near done with the game. There's so much to do. Take your time and enjoy. I definitely took my time on my first playthrough. It's rad explosions? Yeah! Got my first build finished. It's less than a week. How many do you have already? This is my third build. Yeah, Chaotic Carouser. Yeah, I'll take that. This is my third, like, I suppose, formal build. I'm enjoying it. Let's go melee weapon. Actually, yeah, melee weapon. Did you? We have different definitions. Taking my time. That's fair. Chaotic Diamond Guard Sword. That's one I have a volatile of. Yeah, that's trying. That's a volatile. I'll take that. Which Lucky 7's in this game? Luckily, you can still boot up Borderlands 3 and use Lucky 7 there. Lucky 7's one of the things I never want to see come back again. It's in its own box. Let's not, Well, that's a Spriggan. Yep. This is why it's great to keep money. Because sometimes you find really good stuff. That was a Spriggan. Is it worth farming the collectibles with side characters or just roll one? Personally, I'm not going to spend too much time on collectibles across all my characters. There might be a couple that I prioritize more, but for the most part, I'm not really bothering. And I'm well off for it. I'm a few levels really amazed at how fast the game starts, rewarding you your purples and blues. Yeah, I like the reward curve for the game as well. Let's put some of this stuff away. What do I not need from here? I can put that away. Too many Quaking Thunders on me. It's too good of a spell. I can put that away. That can go... That can go too. Sure. I have a bunch of inflammations on me already. What's one more? What's one more? Graveborn Capstone's activated, do Hydro Spawn guaranteed, but there's still a chance. I've not tested that, but I activate spells so often on Graveborn that it just seems consistent. So, I don't know. It's probably still a chance. Got a Chaotic Curse Wit with Fleet? Let's go, Carter. That's awesome. Can't stop thinking about Wonderlands. Game good. Game very good. Let's try rolling this this Carouser. See if we can get Spellcast Fire on this. Spellcast Poison. Spellcast Elemental. No. Spellcast Fire. Beautiful. How fast can we reload this? Oh, that's cool. Hey, Andy Face, how you doing? Happened across a thread count paradigm perchance. Chadley found recently. I haven't managed to reach him. I've not gotten one on a paradigm yet. I'm using an amalgam for that right now. A paradigm would be ideal. Luckily, this amalgam has good stats, but I've not gotten on paradigm. Carouser good. Looks like it does something, but I can't figure out what. I think it shoots in a heart pattern. It shoots hearts. Yeah, see? There's little hearts. What's a paradigm? Do I have one equipped? Or here? Here. It's better if I show you. I'm sure I have one in my bank. Alright, here we go. Warped Paradigm. Ability damage and spell damage are increased by 50% of your melee damage. And then you have melee damage and ability damage increased by 50% of your spell damage. So, basically this rolls in different configurations. You see this one's melee and ability increase spell, this one's ability and spell increase melee. So there's different options for how it rolls. But you can get one type of damage to scale with another. This is really impactful with certain characters, like for example, if you're a spell shot and you can apply your spell shot damage, your spell damage, excuse me, to another damage type, that's very, very valuable. So for example, if you're a spell shot Spore Warden, you can get all of that spell damage to apply to your barrage, which sounds very, very good. That's probably the play that Andy's looking for, huh? What's the lowest cooldown spell you know of? Inflammation is like 6 seconds. Yeah, Inflammation with a cooldown part is 6.1. With more cooldown parts, if it can roll more, you can probably get it to like 5 base. 5 base with 3 charges, that's a lot. I'm gonna go Spell Stabbo for a hybrid melee spell build. Ooh, that's definitely another option. Yeah, applying spell shots, spell damage just to another category of stuff, especially Stabbo that's just got good formula. Like, first half of Stabbo tree boosts a lot of different things. That's a good play. I like that. Amount just enables everything though, it really does. It's, I feel like going forward in the armor slot, the most common two you're going to see are Warped Paradigm and Amalgam. This is an Amalgam right now. Its red text effect is it rolls more passives. See, instead of 3, I have 5. Amalgam just gets +2 on that. And Warped Paradigm is the stat conversion thing. I don't see any of the other armors competing with those two, if we're being real. At least not in the long term. I think a 5.7 second Arcane Bolt or whatever. Arcane Bolt has a short cooldown as well, and it's also got the mechanic where it refunds some cooldown on crit. So Arcane Bolt might be the play as well. Outside of the issue, wiry rerolling, some Legos feeling underwhelming, and non-formal bosses, game's actually fantastic, no games without issues, so I'll be hella patient. Same as well. How are you? I'm doing well, UV. How are you today? I have a question. Do you know we can get different elements in Mantis Striking Armor? Mantis Striking Armor. I think I have one of those. Let me... Mantis Claw? Mantis Claw is the name for the poison one, but there's one for each element. Like, let me find a different one. I have several... With this entire section. Here we go. Scarlet Claw is dark magic. I think Storm Claw is shock, lightning, whatever. Yeah, there's one for each element, to answer your question.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Like Smart Armor and Selective Amnesia so far. Selective Amnesia is one of those things that could be really frighteningly powerful, but is very, very gimmicky to a point where I feel like a lot of people won't care for it. Okay, that's fun. Spamming the carouser like that, chat? I don't want this equipped right now. Let's go back to Twister. Double Twister? Fuck it, why not?
Ready to cast.
That's so satisfying. Oh no. It requires me to aim, but I like it. And ADSing snipers is kind of terrible on mouse and keyboard. Don't do it. Just a PSA. You know, that status effect ain't bad. What is the dot on this? That's not bad at all. Isn't great on console either? Unfortunate. ADS maybe 5% of the time? Yeah. Has anyone tried the masher that we get from the Pookie Quest at Endgame? I've not, personally. This would be really good on a Spore Warden setup with that barrage charge on reload setup. Like, the more I think about it, the more Spell Shot Spore Warden just sounds like a really good time. These are the thing Andy Face was talking about, you know, Warp Paradigm, that we gushed about for several minutes, but it really does live up to the hype. Using that to convert some spell damage to gun damage, run around doing this with barrage, could be a very fun time. Spore Stab super fun. A lot of people saying that. I'll have to give that a real shot. Yeah, Twister does really good damage if you guys didn't know. Like, that was a spicy hit. Yeah, I like this. I might use this for some bossing. That's cool. Anyway, back to this. Need to get this, but Furior spawns the Hydra Companion. Yeah, those are very powerful. I fully expect Hydra Furiors in particular to get the hammer at some point, so just be warned. They're kinda busted. This is boosting fire damage quite a bit, and Krauser always comes on fire. Yeah, that could be a good bet for you. So that'd also be fun with on reload, 50% companion, crit chance, and HP regen. Yeah, Dominic. Yeah, that's really good for keeping, in particular, the Mushroom Companion likes to die a lot, and that enchant helps. Ah, Cursed Crab. This is why I need that Masher equipped. Not enough weapon slots, honestly. I like having a non-LE gun. Definitely favoriting that. We'll unequip it for now.
Oi! Thanks for that! Ah! Energy sucks!
Some things having a non-LE gun for is nice. What would you say is a good pair with Claw? Berserker pairs really nicely with Clawbringer for just pretty much any flavor of Clawbringer gameplay. Whether you're trying to prioritize the hammer stuff, the gunplay, Melee, I suppose. If you're doing that, Berserker's a great melee class.
You then. Now that's the good stuff.
If you're leaning into the companion aspect of Clawbringer, I'd say you're looking at Graveborn or Spore Warden. More likely Graveborn. Cannot equip this for. I don't know about the overall in-game effectiveness, but it's worked so far. Spore Claw gun build. Yeah, that sounds like it could work. Spore Warden's got a lot of stuff for guns. And a cool thing you can do with Spore Warden Clawbringer is Spore Warden has that very powerful debuff on dealing ability damage. The skill is called Wrath of Nature. Clawbringer's damage reflect skill will apply that. So enemies damaging you makes them take a lot more damage from you. And that's a neat little thing you can do. Black Powder Jacob's still my favorite manufacturer, so satisfying. Very satisfying, definitely. Go all the way down to play the angles. Yeah, it's better to go deep Spore Warden than deep Clawbringer for a gun build, for sure. Hopefully in the future they lower the cooldown of Spore Warden Capstone. Or not Spore Warden, Clawbringer Capstone. Because it's really cool, it's a spectacle, it's just got so many downsides. Hard to target, long cooldown, does self-damage. So my question with the Carouser is this. There's that extra projectile for 5 seconds after action skill, right? Or is it... No, the one for guns is after getting a spell kill. What happens if your Carouser is shooting 2 projectiles? Does the second one immediately get the damage buff? That sounds like that could be fun. Hey VF Days, how you doing? Converts enemies, reduces aggro to shoot an enemy once, and watch the red dots on your map. Ah. Oh, photo mode bug. Can we second wind off pick word here? There we go. Good, how are you? Doing great. Hey Lone, how you doing? Good to see you. Still aggro to me. Maybe it's because he was not near too many other enemies. Also, Barrage Beam will benefit from Headhunter and crits like a normal gun is great. It does benefit from Headhunter? That's cool. I wasn't sure. All the other dots disappeared though. Did they? Ooh, yeah, I gotta pay closer attention. Another Quaking Thunder. I'll take that. Even blue Quaking Thunders, I take. Because, especially with enchantment breaking, it's just always good to have extra copies of good items. This was almost good. Unfortunate. No Twitch plugin for this game, big sad. Hopefully that's something they do eventually. Rip reload button. Yeah, Mr. Adblock. My finger's getting tired from that. Hey Swin, good to see you. How are you today? Oh yeah, there you go. Sure enough. And you have multiple enemies at once doing that? Friends. Seems to have a short duration. Yeah, this is such a good utility item. If you want an enemy to just fuck off for a couple seconds, you just nail them with this. That's so useful. Also, gun just does good damage.
How's that for an active reload? Can't wait to throw some spells. You fight like a dairy farmer.
Yeah, we found an aggro relief item, chat. Thanks to Stoneswan for pointing that out. His testing mind's at work as always. I told you yesterday. He's the test guy.
Still deadlier than a blood white. How's that for you, you go bagging?
You see the dot melee build, Moxie drop? Seems quite fun and nutty. Yeah, I saw that. The live wire thing. Ultimately, I would want to make melee work through other means myself, just for my personal enjoyment, but it's definitely a valid build, and he did a good job maximizing those interactions. There's some cool stuff in there. For me, I just don't like the idea of delivering gun damage through melee and being like, melee, but it's gun damage. But it's maybe a bit pedantic, and in no way does that diminish the achievement of a very powerful build. Aggro relief where? This gun. You shoot an enemy and then for a couple seconds they're just your friend. Or other enemies target them, I should say, would probably be more accurate.
Already, so I can do my thing. Oi! Thanks for that. Now that's the good stuff.
Ah, that camera bug's so annoying. I have to save quit after this run. You know the live wire is actually supposed to chain via melee, is that a bug? It is intended. It is an intended feature. Now that does not mean it's not subject to change, but it is, by all accounts, an intended feature, not a bug. This 180 on, that's so annoying. Hey, Brad luck. Is that a double loot luck roll, Brad luck? But it's not even chaotic, Sag.
This world's no place for the weak. Heroes are made of tougher stuff than titanium. Bells are up.
Too many legendaries. Seriously though, can you not respect background? You cannot respect background. And that is something they've said is intended, and it's a creative choice, and I kind of agree with it. Like, it's a fundamental part of your character. There's some parts of your character you can't change. Your primary class and your background. Those are locked in. And I'm okay with that. Thanks for pointing out the Wrath of Nature Rebuke interaction between using Storm Dragon's Judgment, because it's a very consistent way of getting ability damage every 7 seconds or something, Wrath of Nature, since Rebuke already does that. Right, yeah, remember Rebuke does require you taking damage, so it doesn't hurt to have multiple ways of dealing ability damage. Anyone tests if the marshmallow causes whichever enemy it's stuck on to take more damage? I've not tested the marshmallow offensively, I've only thrown them down on the ground to eat for healing.
Not done yet. Dying ain't style.
Okay, so... idea. You can use the Gluttony to down yourself very easily and do good damage in the process, and then that keeps my Curse Wit broken, so then that bonus will increase my spells, and using the spells triggers my enchants, and then getting up with that kill enrages me. That's a good damage acquisition method. I'll have to remember that. Also need Pistol S to use. I'm going to use the Gluttony that much.
I've got all the magic I need.
There's my first character, I guess. Screw me for not knowing what background synergizes better with my class. Ultimately, it's not a necessary component, I get that, but I like optimization. You have lots of reasons to roll up multiple characters, so now you know. I'll do an elite room for this thing. Is the enrage uptime a problem? Feel like the way you have it limits the benefits? So I don't get a lot of front-loaded enrage uptime, but that's not the primary reason I'm running Berserker in this setup anyway, Chester. I'm running Berserker for just the damage skills. Frost damage, cryo efficiency, damage to frozen or slowed enemies, you know, movement speed, damage based on proximity, and some damage reduction. Unarmored defense is an absolute Chad skill, especially because I'm doing glass cannon. Relentless Rage is just good quality of life, but it also gives me a method of being enraged, which gives me access to the class feat. Otherwise, I don't have access to the class feat. And I have max Blood Frenzy, not just for enrage uptime, but the healing also helps. 9% of health on kill is kind of a good amount. It's not as pronounced as something like a Body Rune or the Auto Idol from Borderlands 3, but it is a relevant amount that you do feel sometimes in mobbing. Taking out a few weak enemies can keep you in a healthy position to deal with the stronger ones, if you have that healing. So it's really, enrage is just kind of icing on the cake. This 180 bug is so annoying! There we go. The enrage helped there. Dream builds to somehow make a full spin win build. Not sure it's capable right now, but I continue to test. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. There's that ward enchant that gives you move speed and damage while you're spinning. I want to mess around with that. That sounds like a good time. +2 to Icebreaker. Thank you, Buttstallion. That's actually huge. Was the 180 bug not there when you got early access? It was. It just hasn't been ironed out yet. Remember, they've not done a full patch. And full patches are expensive and difficult to do, therefore they're more sporadic than, say, hotfixes. And I imagine something that baked in is going to require a patch to correct. That's just a guess.
Thanks for the reload, idiot.
You got hotfixes on sales call? No. We did not get a hotfix today.
What's the weather? Try that again, and we'll. Oh, wait, you're already good.
Double Twister is so satisfying to do, chat. Like, I really should switch back to other spells, but it's neuron activation. I had a side objective for that one. I didn't pay attention, I don't even know what it was. I guess it was time. Some cases with combat feels very Dishonored, Bioshock-like, and I love it. Absolutely. Yeah, Gluttony is extremely good single target DPS. Especially with this reload speed. Feels good, man. The Ragnarok with Ancient, no thank you. Does 180 bug reset when you save quit? It does.
Ready to cast.
Annoying bug. Who needs to sprint? So I might, after this run, also respec and try something new briefly. Parasite again? Okay. Oh, the 180 bug in Parasite's so annoying. I think it's PC only. I may just not go down that much on console to notice. I've heard it's triggered by using photo mode. So it could be tied to that. If you don't use photo mode, you probably don't encounter the bug. Probably, I say. I'm gonna pick spell-wise here. I guess I just do double Twister, right? I could try out Glacial Cascade, but that's gonna be lower single target than Twister, really, and the low cooldown isn't advantageous on this build. So I guess I just stick with this. Okay. Don't be so vain. Stop taking selfies. I'm sorry. want to hurt myself a little bit. I don't want level cap to arise. I agree. I agree. Having builds be meaningful due to having to make choices with skill points. I like that a lot. That dot was doing work. Love to see it. It's going to. It might not. But, you never know. They've not confirmed or announced anything. So we'll have to find out. Might not for a bit of its normal behavior for some. Here's a question for you. Does not give a fuck. How many other games in the Wonderlands IP are there? Do you do double spells for an extra enchant? Feel better to you than running an ability for enrage? Yes, a crappy wizard. I like having the extra enchant. In particular, I like having this this fire rate for certain weapons. Boosting gun damage is always a safe bet. But diversity in spell delivery. So like, I enjoy having a single target spell and a mobbing spell, or a crowd control spell and a healing spell, etc., etc. The point I was making by asking how many games are in the Wonderlands IP is, this is different. This game is not a Borderlands game, and it's done many things that Borderlands hasn't done. Example, at launch level cap of 40. Never done that before. Multi-classing, never done that before. Etc., etc. So, there's a lot of things that do not conform to previous design decisions. We can't say with certainty what they will and won't do beyond what they've confirmed, and they've not confirmed anything beyond level cap. Now, they've hinted at things that could be interpreted as, hey, they might increase the level cap later, but we do not know for certain. So I don't want to address that as a certainty when it's only a possibility. If we're being super realistic, a likelihood. But it's not guaranteed. A bad egg. Safe space bad egg. Interesting. Kind of anti-synergistic if this is supposed to be used for melee. But plus 20 movement speed while depleted. You could use this on a spell shot, just always have that on. I'll take it. Actually, they created new bosses and interesting mechanics until late game dungeons instead of inflate levels. That'd be really cool, Kazmataz. Fingers crossed, right? Following the Borderlands core gameplay, it's an easy assumption to keep doing what's worked for them in the past. I mean, it could be wrong, it's just guess based on what Gearbox has always done. Yeah, but once again, you're saying following the Borderlands core gameplay. This game, even legally, is not Borderlands. Like, it is its separate IP. It is not Borderlands. It shares DNA with Borderlands. It shares a lot of the things we've come to associate with Borderlands. But the thing is, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is not Borderlands. So, this does give them the room to do something different. Now, they could do things the old way. There are some things that they've stood by. But there are some things they've not stood by. That's my entire point. We cannot consider it a certainty. You not run the move speed and reload Zerker nodes now that you don't have duration double the effect. So that's part of it, but also I have 8 out of 5 in prestidigitation. So that's 64% reload speed. I don't really feel like I need more from Zerker stuff, and I'd rather grab the damage. I do take the movement speed, though, because this is also a frost efficiency, and there are no other known sources of frost efficiency that are at least spelled out for you. One more class is confirmed as DLC? Yes. Yes. In the Season Pass, we will be getting a 7th class. That is confirmed, and they've even mentioned that in the Season Pass trailer. Yes, Cat. Hi. You are a cat. I'm proud of you for being a cat. Increase the level cap won't give me skill points. I'd be down for that. More skill points just reduces builds after a certain point. Example, though, the final 2 level cap increases for Borderlands 3 directly reduced the number of builds. Now, contrary to what some people who are very much into the copium will tell you, Borderlands 3 still had a massive variety of builds, diversity, and playstyles, and just was a theory crafter's playground. People who believe otherwise are lying to you and themselves. But that number did go down from excessive level cap increases. So I hope this game doesn't fall into that. Chaotic Crossblade, interesting. Let's hit snipers more. Got the progression just chef's kiss, right? I'm really appreciating the pace of the chaos progress. Yeah, it's really fun. That's one of the things I enjoyed about Borderlands 2's endgame. Progressing through the peak to earn your next OP level when you felt like you could handle it. That aspect, now I didn't care for the OP level system as a whole, I didn't care for the state it ended up in, but throwing that aside, I really enjoyed doing the peak, and I enjoyed earning my difficulty levels. That was something I liked. Yes, Cat, hi.
The spoils of war.
This armor loot bunny's destroying me. It's so toxic sometimes, Andy. It's ridiculous. Like, what is my loot log right now? Did my loot log not apply? No, my loot log is applied. It's just being rude. The sniper bunny's being very mean to me. Oh, hey, one finally popped out. It's a drills. Got a chaotic masterwork pistol, and thought I got a shit roll, then I saw the one I was using for the past 3 days was volatile. Nice. That's a pleasant surprise. Because if you look at WoW as basis for classes, they're missing Druid, Priest, and Shaman in a vague sense. Yeah, I wonder what they'll do with the class. I'm curious. 7 classes: Marcus, action skills, no refunds, a tactical vendor deployment, class ability, Warmonger. WoW isn't the base for Wonderlands, D&D is. Right, but in the sense that fantasy archetypes, popular fantasy archetypes you see across multiple mediums and genres within that fantasy umbrella, you know, there's certain constants. You got the magey type, you got the sneaky type, you got the fighty type, etc., etc. So... okay, let's try something out. We're gonna head over to a target dummy and try something. Betting all on Monk. Monk would be interesting. A lot of people have speculated it might be a paladin type thing, a monk, a bard. I think those would be very likely. Speaking about bunnies, haven't got a single Glacial Cascade in 3 days of Chaos Chamber runs. Yeah, I've had a lot of people telling me they've had trouble getting Glacial Cascade. I've not seen very many either, so... Isn't Clawbringer already kind of paladin-y? Kind of. It hits a lot of the points, but the Healy aspect of Paladin doesn't have that. Clawbringer has no forms of healing whatsoever. And healing wasn't, you know, healing's not a necessarily a huge selling point of Paladin, but it is something that that class could do. Is that a double roll melee crit chance? It's gross. Oh, is that not double? Is that just how chaotic increases it? Huh, that's like a lot. Ugh. That's a lot. I don't want to think about that anymore. Your lags or my Wi-Fi? I have not dropped frames on OBS aside today. Oh, this is a cool ward. I forgot about this one. Can this be enchanted? Heroes are just tricky to have in this type of game, since balancing it for solo play would be hard. Your tree would have to have a Shadow Priest line for solo play and a healing side, hop right over and dish out buffs and whatnot. Graveborn's already basically a healer, so like it functions. It's 18 Pandemicums and 0 Paradigms now. Ugh. I'm sorry, dude. That's painful. That's actually pain. Could a Thorn Spike melee paladin like class work in Wonderlands? They'd have to make them very, very tanky. Enemy damage in Wonderlands is extremely high, and a thing to note about this game is enemy damage increases with your chaos level. That is not a thing that happened in Borderlands, at least not in Borderlands 3. Mayhem levels did not increase enemy damage. Now, in Borderlands 2, enemy levels went up, so everything about them got stronger. But in Borderlands 3, for example, enemy damage did not increase with Mayhem. They dealt the same damage on Mayhem 0 that they did on Mayhem 10. That's not the case in Wonderlands. So, sure, if you have your reflect mechanics, you can do damage with them, but what happens when the enemies are dealing your full health pool with every hit? Because 80% more enemy damage on Chaos 20, and this is only going to go up as they increase Chaos cap. I don't know if a reflect type thing could work with how that is structured. Okay, here's the thing I want to try. The game stalled for a second. Is that enough for now? Yeah. Wait for cooldown.
Helpful.
Oh. Huh. Hang on. I fucked up. I took the wrong skill there. I was looking at the wrong tier. Technical difficulties. Breathe. I don't have much money anyway, so that's not a huge loss. Let's go Stabo. From the shadows. Prestidigitation. Alright, there we go. That's better.
Need to trade for some fingers to Dirty fool, I say, dirty fool!
Okay, I want to mess around with doing that for a build. But there's an enchant you can roll on guns. Every time you reload, you get 2 seconds back on your From the Shadows duration. Now, this does have diminishing returns, but you can get back a lot of duration. Maybe doing something like that with like a Berserker capstone for getting back duration on kill as well. You could run around invisible, getting guaranteed ricochets on every shot for like a while. That sounds like a fun thing to do. So that's a concept I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for gear pieces to test. Quick respec just for that. Yeah, that's what I was doing. There we go. Also, I love the fact that since the level cap is so low, all numbers are really low, BL1 vibes. Yeah, we don't have the issue, say, BL2, where items have card damage in the millions, and you're like, okay, what does this damage number even mean anymore? It's just number vomit. Or the issue of BL3, where numbers got so large that visual damage cap was regularly hit by every build, so there's a lot of builds you just didn't see your damage anymore. Both of those games had that problem, so I'm glad to see currently Wonderlands looks like it's a little less in that particular problematic wheelhouse. I confirm now that Oath of Fire does not apply to Barrage. That makes sense. Damage source is still ability, so yeah. We're going to toggle down to 19 because I'm about to save quit. And when we load back in, we're going to toggle to 20. Saves me a step. Just lost my last Chaos Trial due to making Free Sickles Elite and being mobbed by crabs and Insta-Die and respawn. Pain. It's Staccato pain. I had an Elite Pigwort last night in a 4-player game, and he was a raid boss. It was crazy. It was crazy.
That's more like
We also had the healing hearts modifier. So if you don't know, if you have that modifier and one of them hits Pigwort, it restores all of his bars, and Pigwort will go through his immune phases multiple times. Like, he'll get back on the floaty thing and have the barrier and the immune phase after you knock it off again. So, Pigwort's a nightmare. Just try to do some chambers later. I'll probably be down.
looks like magic.
I swear
back
Pigwort
on
and
the
Lastard
menu.
are the worst. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Take a load off by the vending machine.
Can I help you with anything?
Okay, let's do another run. I should really spend my moon orbs, but like, what do I spend them on? I don't want to brick anything. I suppose I should test and see if this this blue. I don't think quest rewards are very good about being enchantable though, which is sad. Though I suppose a strength of spell shot is ambihextrous and gives you that extra enchant slot, so you can afford to use one quest item somewhere and still have the same number of enchants as everybody else. That's a pro. I'm having to squint pretty hard to find an upside to that, but I found it. Yeah, this particular Rumpy Pumpy is one roll away from being bricked. You can see. The next cost is 2048. That will double again to 4096, and then I won't be able to reroll it. So that's why I left it on this one. Now, this is a much weaker one. It's the same item, but not chaotic. Same parts, even. Same exact parts, which is not chaotic. I could try to get a good enchant on that. Yeah, this Quaking Sunder is 2 rolls away from bricking. I really like this one because it's chaotic to make up the damage loss from it being blue. So it's about in line with a non-chaotic purple, see? But it's got spell charge. Quaking Thunder is multiple charges, super nice to have. Unfortunately, a lot of these items are very close to bricking. Rant? What am I ranting about, Swin? Does Rumpy work the same as Body Rocker, or is Body faster reload? They work pretty much the same, interchangeably. Body Rocker's more projectiles, they have the same sticky mult. What does reroll count do? So each time you reroll, the cost of the reroll doubles. So if you look at, say, what's the item I have closest to bricking? That one's 2 away. I have one that's like right there. Let me look. Let me find one. Okay, this one is 1 away. So you only get 11 rerolls. On your 11th reroll, the item reroll cost becomes higher than the Moon Orb cap, at which point you can no longer reroll because you can never have 4,096 Moon Orbs, since it's capped at 4,000.
Yeah, that should do.
So, once this count over here hits 11, you can't reroll that item ever again, under the current system. Items always brick in the same roll? Yes, it always doubles, and 11 is the one where it's above 4,000. I think they'll give us Moon Orb capacity upgrades, probably to buy at some point. I certainly hope they adjust the system in some way. How about food gatekeeping, i.e. pineapple does go on pizza, we judge you for not liking bacon, etc., etc. So, this will be a short rant. Like, ultimately, what does the food you eat matter to someone else? Like, it'll make the turd. People get really weird about gatekeeping certain stuff, like, pineapple on pizza, like, whose business is that? Candy corn, who gives a shit? People get really weird about really weird things, and it's just yet another attempt from people who cannot have any joy in life unless they're dunking on someone else's interests. It's exhausting and it makes you look bad. Don't gatekeep food. See, short rant. Raisin and potato salad. I personally hate it, but it's gotta be someone's, like, favorite thing ever, and what business of mine is it that they like what I would consider weird combinations of food? It's not. I don't care, it doesn't affect me. It's not my problem. And I'm sure they didn't ask, so... I'm not sure what I want on this particular Rumpy Pumpy. That's a sentence. Oh no. These item names. I guess I'll go with that, because it boosts Enrage. Alright, let's do a run. Beer and steak snobs are the worst? Yeah. Yup. I personally don't see the point of well-done steaks. It's not my thing, but I also don't run around pretending like I'm better than people because I don't eat my steaks that way. Like, it's not my fucking business. I don't have to like something. That's the crazy thing. It's individual. It's viewing interests through the lens of your own subjective experience. Like, you don't need to like everything. Great example, bringing it back to gameplay. I absolutely detest the gameplay loop of dedicated farming. I do not enjoy it. I think it's a horrible ratio of gameplay to waiting for your gameplay to arrive. And in terms of the variety of what you're doing, there's almost none. But I want it to exist because other people enjoy it. It doesn't have to be for me. Not every feature of the game has to be for me specifically. It is not designed for me and me alone. You know, like other people exist in the world. That's just my take. Fire motes just stay a bit above the ground. Too many times there's like ammo going can't pick up. Yeah, that is a very annoying thing that happens. enjoy farming, but I enjoy actually playing the game more. I just don't want the game to become the farm. Right, and that's why Wonderland's approach of providing multiple avenues to acquire loot is a good one. Dedicated farms do exist. Now, not everything has a dedicated source, but there have been many times in the past where some things did not have dedicated sources. It's a work in progress. There's dedicated farms, there's acquiring world drops organically as you play, and world drops have been scaled back to appease the people who did not like world drops being a farming playstyle. But they've provided the Chaos Chamber for target farming categories of items, which is something that people really received well from, say, the Loot the Universe event in Borderlands 3, where for a week, a particular planet would have, each zone on the planet would have weighting towards a certain kind of item in its world drops. So, like, you'd have Cathedral of the Twin Gods was weighted towards artifacts. The Droughts was weighted towards SMGs, etc., etc. That was a good primer for Chaos Chamber, because at the end of a Chaos Chamber run, you choose where you spend your crystals. You're like, oh, I'm looking for SMGs, let me put them in the SMG bunny. That's good farming. It's high on gameplay versus not gameplay. It gives player a lot of control over what they want to do. And giving the players more agency over their gameplay is always the correct decision. This is why things like non-selectable modifiers are not received well, because it robs the player of their agency. This is why people like making builds, because you have agency over what's in your toolkit. It all goes back to player agency. Where is my twister projectile? That was weird. Imagine Loot the Universe became an easy modifier. Be cool. Target Farm and Chaos Trials, I think is the best endgame they made to date. Hard agree, T-Doggity. Hard agree. I'm having a blast. See, this is the fire thing problem. I can't pick this one up because there's items that I don't want to pick up in the way. So I'm just gonna leave it there and grab a different one. What gun is that? This is a ×18 2-mag blue body rocker. It's not a legendary, it's not even a unique, it's not a chaotic, not a volatile, not a purple. This is just a regular old blue gun. Proof that looking for guns with the correct parts always has been and always will be extremely important to this style of game. Parts matter, and this is a great example. Because this gun with good parts out DPS's many other items in the game. Not all, but many. I walked into a trap. Okay, which gets me enraged for the king. Satisfying. Got an armor for spell shot, Greatborn, spell damage, all damage dealt, ward regen. Ooh, that could be really good, Exempt. Interesting set of rolls. What skills you got on it? Everyone mentions Breaker Claw combo, but Grave seems like a good combo with Claw survivability. Breaker Claw? You know, Berserker Claw? That's probably autocorrect, got you there. Graveborn, much like Berserker, is just a good combo with any class. Like, it just provides a lot to whatever you pair it with, because it's got a really good kit. So, either are viable options. It's gonna depend slightly on what you're leading into, I suppose. Like, if you're doing, more action skill-oriented stuff, and you don't want to specifically use Graveborn action skills, then Berserker's gonna give you a little more to whatever action skill you're using on the other class. But if you're doing spell stuff, then Graveborn's gonna do a lot more for your spells than a Berserker does. So it's really dependent on your approach.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Don't slow me. Escape! First world drop legendary was Deathless Arbor. My first was a Buffmeister, so I'm cursed. Cursed with regretty. The very first legendary I ever saw in this entire game was a Buffmeister. 2 dark magic damage skill, 1 spell crit, 2 Fonta mana. Nice. Made a dark Hellfire build. What, you're using the Hellfire item? So that's cool. That's a cool item. I like it. There's a green star at the end of the runs that says top number user pass runs or everyone's pass runs of the leaderboard. You know, I don't actually know. It's Mr. Tundra. I'm not entirely certain how that works. So, like Nightbot said, thank you for testing. Let me pick up the moats. Thank you. Oh, I'm out of time anyway. Oh well. Got a raid boss rune in the chamber right before the final boss. Time to do blue for the first time. Ooh, let's go, Asa. You can do it. You can do it. I like blue. Blue's a fun one. Oh, speaking of blue. What's the distance on this one, though? That's a far one. Yep, not doing that. No shot that makes it. If anyone runs a Chaos 20 in less than 10 minutes flat, let me know if it says number 1. I can do that. After this run, I'm going to switch to my Graveborn, my Berserker Graveborn. We'll go for a sub 10 run. Let's see what happens. I've done a few of those. And we'll test. Give me the moat. Fuck you. Any tips for Son of a Witch? So killing those spectral birds that fill his shields, that's the biggest priority. Something I like to do to give myself a little bit of extra uptime is don't immediately get yourself out of Save Your Soul. If you can instead use the opportunity to get some uninterrupted damage on him, because Son of a Witch's attacks hit super hard. But if you're already down, he can't stop your damage by downing you. So if you kind of bank an enemy off to the side, and then burn some of your meter just laying into him, that can help you stay ahead of the shield regen if you don't have the DPS. Additionally, using things like Fury or Hydras will allow you to provide constant damage while you're managing other tasks like dodging or swapping targets. But one really big thing is Son of a Witch doesn't move very much, so weapons that benefit greatly from hitting crit spots, you can line up very easily on him. So stuff like the Masterwork Handbow, stuff like the Liquid Cooling, those are great things to use on him, because he just doesn't dodge. And if you can get through the phase down to the bone phase is completely free. Berserker Greyborn's been a combo I've been wanting to try, I just can't get comms for. So I'm using a I'm using a Greyborn Spell Shot armor on my my Berserker Greyborn, just like how I'm using a Spell Shot Spore Warden armor on my Spell Shot Berserker. A lot of the time, your optimal class choices for armors are not gonna match up to both of your classes, because the class combination on the armor determines the skill rolls, and the skills and the stats on the bottom are more important than having that second class matchup. So that can help your gearing a lot.
Worms won't go hungry tonight. That's more like it.
Still looking for those items, thanks for the tips. Problem I had was hitting the bird for shield recharge, scuffed hitbox on the thing. Yeah, if they were to change one thing about Son of a Witch, I would want them to make the bird bigger. Like, physically bigger. It's hard to see, it's kind of hard to hit. I totally feel your pain there. Corn went out for the reload button, yeah. Once again, there's a lot of people who will have you believe legendaries aren't good in this game. I have this Gluttony with an enchant that doesn't do anything on this build because I don't have an action skill. So non-enchanted Gluttony, and it's absolutely insane DPS. Legendary is bad, by the way. There's lots of good legendaries. Just gotta get creative. Just gotta experiment. I'm using a build that has a lot of reload speed, so Gluttony is very good DPS because I can throw a lot of them. Gonna need a new R key if you play this build too much. True.
How's that for an active reload?
And we got the White Rider, which is another fantastic legendary weapon. The trick to the White Rider is use it on single beam, not dual beam. Dual beam kind of has terrible damage. But the single beam, that's where that good shit is.
Looks like magic. Back on the mend.
Oh, the Fear SMG that creates the black hole. Throwable hole? Or is it the other one?
I never get tired of that.
There's a lot of Fear SMGs in this game. I don't know why there's so many. Like, there's so many legendary ones. Throwable hole? Cool. Yeah. I've only got that one once. I don't think it was a very good roll. But it's an amusing effect. You say throw up in a hole? No, throwable hole. It's a hole that is throwable.
Bowser up.
Head of the snake. Bad stats. You know, it rolled a point in blast chill, which means like it's trying, but not great otherwise. Heard hole and it just pretended to know what I was hearing. Okay, game, really? What is this? Found a chaotic reviver spell with an extra projectile. 2000 times 2 things unironically so strong. Yeah, huge base damage. I have Skeep. We're going for it. Ooh, wait, idea. Alright, the strats. You're gonna love this shit, chat. Ready? The strats. It's on cooldown. I don't know what it is. I didn't plan this well. Alright, it's fine. I went to hit Feral Surge, but it was on cooldown because I changed. I forgot it does that. We didn't need it. We didn't need it. Everything is fine. I don't know what we even picked up. Thumb cuffs. Kinda bad thumb cuffs. Not worth. But we didn't die. You changed? I did. Sorry I had to find out like this. I don't have a command set up like that, HT Purpose, but I can go over the spec for you right now, if you'd like me to. Because we're going to switch to a different build for the next run anyway, so this is good timing. That's a pretty good arc torrent. 2 cooldown parts. Yeah, that's pretty good. Miss EchoCast? Me too. EchoCast was lovely. 4 charges? Yeah. Let me just roll this for shotguns, and then I'll go over the build. Is that a volatile? That is a volatile. Plus, if you die, it doesn't count as a death. Yeah, deaths after you've completed the encounter in the room don't count to my knowledge. There might be a grace period on that, but yeah. Times 6 body rocker, chaotic crossblade. Goop shoot. Another crossblade. Oh, no dice. Okay, so as for the build. Is Crossblade good? I don't really like it. I know a lot of people do. I haven't found much success with it. Hawking out of Death, right as it said complete last night, did not count against them. This would be pretty small if there is. Okay, right. Yeah, I've died right as it said complete many times, and it's never taken a death from me, or even costed money to revive, so that's good. So, this is a Spellshot Berserker build, where we prioritize a lot of reload speed to cycle certain weapons. Ah, yes, the build. We rely on reload speed to cycle a lot of weapons and effects. Reloading gives you a stack of spell weaving. Our armor gives us a second point in high thread count, so we have +6 to the max spell weaving. So we have 11 spell weaving stacks we can get. Now each stack at base is 10% spell damage. We have this skill over here, just warming up, that gives points in fire rate per stack of spell weaving. We have this skill over here, 1 slot 1 kill, that gives gun damage per stack of spell weaving. And something important to keep in mind for spell shot power is it increases the spell damage bonus per spell weaving stack. Meaning, with this 59% spell shot power, the benefit I get from having spell weaving stacks, take this per stack value, increased by 59%. So, let's round up and say 16% spell damage per stack. That's a lot considering I can have 11 of them. Now we have things like magic bullets, which make our spell damage increase our gun damage. Meaning that every increase in spell damage we get is going to make most of what we do better. Now we've got reload speed here to help the types of weapons we're using. This sticky shotgun is a 2 mag and costs 2 ammo per shot, so we reload after every single time we pull the trigger. But the cool thing about Torg stickies is for each one you have placed, it does additional damage for the total number of stickies planted. And this particular part combination of sticky shotgun has an 18% damage bonus per sticky. So we're applying 18 stickies, and each one gets 18% more damage per sticky. So this card value is deceptively low compared to the amount of damage we're actually doing. And reload speed allows us to spam this much more quickly. So that's the kind of thing we're going for. We also have this gluttony that we chuck with a lot of reload speed. The spell shot choices here are pretty standard, honestly. For gun spell shot stuff, we just take everything that boosts guns, and we don't take the things that don't. We don't want mage armor, specifically because our choice in ward, we're using the Cursed Wit. We have plenty of incentive to keep it broken. Then over in the Berserker tree, we take all the damage skills. Now, I deviate a little bit down here, and I take movement speed and frost efficiency, because this will basically enhance the effect of Icebreaker. It'll make you freeze things faster, which makes you get this damage faster, and also it's a movement speed skill. We take Blood Frenzy here for some pretty good healing, and also because Enrage only triggers one of 2 ways. Either you use an action skill, or you spec into Relentless Rage and kill something to get up. We do not have an action skill since we're using Ambihextrous. Now you can use Polymorph, and that improves your Enrage uptime, but currently I like using Ambihextrous for the second spell and the second enchant slot. So, we're running around with no shield. We're running around hoping that we get knocked into Save Your Soul occasionally to get our Enrage going. And we reload super fast as we spam lots and lots of gun damage at things. And because of the nature of the weapons we use, hitting a lot of times, we have very good consistency on triggering Sever the Thread, which has a 5-second cooldown, 15% chance. However, if every shot of our gun hits 36 times, that's a pretty good chance. As for the other stuff, we're running mood rings that increase spell and gun stuff. While ward is not full, is really good if you're running glass cannon, so your ward doesn't regen. We have a spell blade. Currently, this is not my final choice for the build. I want Twin Soul with Amp and Echo for optimal damage on my shots, but it works. White Riders for difficult things to hit, the flying stuff, and also armor. Body Rocker is the main attraction. Gluttony is our secondary weapon we use when we really want to burst the damage, and this wouldn't be enough. And I've been messing around with this slot with various guns. The Carouser is pretty fun, because you can spam reload it very quickly. And it has pretty good damage. Skeep is the best defensive amulet choice in the game. I would also say it's probably the best overall Period. It has so much utility, does so much for you. The Skeep periodically heals you as it flies around, and it counts as a death save target. So if you're in a fight, a boss fight, where you get knocked down and there's nothing to kill, you can just kill the Skeep and get up. And no other amulet provides that utility. And for spells, you've got a lot of choices. I'm currently using 2 Twisters because they're fun. You can use Glacial Cascade, you could use Quaking Sunders, you can use Fortifying Sigils, which heal you, they're very nice. You can use Arc Torrents, Ice Spikes, Inflammation's a fun one for this. There's lots of good spells for this build. Carter, how do you not use your main weapon in slot 1? You're a madman. I'm just used to having my main weapon on 3, Carter. I don't know why. I'm just used to it being on 3. I suppose because that's closer to the W key being the reason. I guess that's what it is. Yeah, that's the build.
Active reload.
Hi, Cat. Every time I start my game and I switch to browser to authorize it, crashes. I don't know how to fix it. I'd put in a ticket with 2K support. I've seen that bug reported. I do not know the fix. Maybe check your firewall settings. It could be that. 2 war paradigms and neither a spell shot. Please send help. I think you're cursed, Andy. I really do. You have terrible armor luck. I have terrible shotgun luck. Can we trade? How about I farm the armor and you farm the shotguns? Alright, tell you what, let's trade. Cool, let's do it.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Alright, so let's toggle the chaos level here to make sure we get appropriate loot luck. And we'll do a fast Berserker Graveborn run. We're gonna go for a sub 10-minute run for science. What's your spec? 18 times 18 body rocker? Yeah, and a gluttony. I've been going for purple body rockers for like 3 days now. And everyone I've gotten has been 3 or 5 mag. Like, can you even get purple as a 2 mag? Even if you can't, a volatile blue 2 mag would be good. Spec on gluttony? Just the first chaotic one I got. It doesn't even have an enchant useful for the build. It's got an action skill start one, and I'm using ambihextrous. So like any gluttony would do the job. I'm going for a rocket launcher build, so I want Spore Warden for the mag regen. It's meant to regen 3% every second, so to me that means at least 1 ammo per second. It's 1 ammo every 13 seconds. What is your mag size? Oh, rocket launchers. So, an undocumented feature of rocket launchers, Zrexray, in Borderlands 3, is rocket launchers get a massive penalty to ammo regeneration. I believe the final value they get of your regen is 17% and change of your total. So, take that 3%, and then take 17% of that 3%. That's what you get for rocket launchers. Cat, stop chewing that. Stop chewing that. It's rude. Let's run Arcane Bolt. Yeah. Cool, let's do it. Hi, Demi-Lich. I'm gonna cry in a corner because I still do the build. Yeah, I don't think you can get enough ammo regen to actually maintain rockets in any way, shape, or form in this game with current stuff.
This will really come with the sight.
So this is my my Burr Reaver build that has kind of insane gun damage. You run around in Reaper of Bones, you fight the health drain as much as you can with Sanguine Sacrament and Blood Frenzy, and Skeep. Skeep also helps. Also spamming spells to trigger Greyborn Capstone, which will keep our Enrage going through Blood Frenzy. Because Reaper of Bones does not have a duration. That's something to keep in mind. It's even though, you know, the health drain and damage and stuff is happening for me right now, the game does not consider me having an action skill active at the moment. So Enrage's timer does tick down while you're in Reaper. Test rocket regen for this game later. Thanks, Stone. So secondary class, this is Berserker Graveborn. Cat, stop chewing my earbuds.
You wanted my attention? Was it worth it?
Game, you can handle this. I know there's a lot of particle effects happening. Got Deathless on Claw Spellshot Armor and Troll's Mage Armor with gun damage movement speed. Ooh, that's a good find. Mod check enemies. There you are. Cat, stop chewing that. He's on my lap and he just intermittently starts chewing on my, the cord to my earbuds. Makes me nervous, because, like, at some point sound's just gonna cut out. Okay, he left. Cool. Beautiful.
No magic left.
Hey Victor, how you doing? Oh, I took an early hit there. Almost knocked me out of Reaper. Go.
Quite the near-death experience. Oh, I'll make a nice I've got all the magic I need. Credit to the breed. Boy, flame shrine.
Ooh, chaotic pickaxe. Want. You happen to know how long the bonus fire element from Body Rune lasts? I do not know offhand. But it's really good. Body Rune's strong as hell. This is one of those things that offers a lot to a lot of builds. Now, Body Rune helps fight Reaper of Bones. Health degradation as well. Gives me some nice fire coverage versus flesh. Just a very solid ward. Body Rune's probably my favorite ward. I use Body Rune and Curse Wit the most because I'm a slut for damage. But I want to try out the Bronco because it's got the Band of Sidorak situation in Borderlands 3 where I suppose another example would be Cracked Sash from older games, where it's got a very high recharge rate and a lower capacity. So it just charges to full and stays full very often. There's some build stuff I want to test out with that. So I've got a snake stick with Echo. It's really nice because I can deliver some free damage with Echo every once in a while. But doing so also spawns a Hydra for 6 seconds. And since I'm a Graveborn, I get damage for each companion. So more Hydras, more damage. It's a nice way to multitask when I do my melee swings. I probably didn't need to pop Reaper there, but oh well. Oh, damn water. What ice spell does the most damage at the moment? Probably one of the ice spikes. Okay, we got Nightmare. That's fine. Hey Braun, how you doing? Does Reaper of Bones trigger Enrage? At the beginning, yes, but the duration does continue to tick down during Reaper. So I'm not sustaining it through that. I'm sustaining it through Greyborn Capstone combined with Berserker's Blood Frenzy skill. Alright, what was our time on this? 9:56. That was top 1. So, to whomever wanted me to test, yeah, that was number 1 run. See, it's the top 1 right here. Dope, thank you. You're very welcome, Tundra. Chaotic Body Rune I just got is worse than the one I have right now. Funny, the one on the ground does have a health part where mine doesn't have any additional parts, but still, same exact thing happened to Biasa, except the one I had before had a capacity part. See, I have a chaotic one with nothing, but because the chaotic part increases the stats, it was still slightly better capacity and slightly better recharge delay. No, actually, I think the capacity might have been equal. It was just better recharge delay. Do I have the old one on me still? I don't. But yeah, like, marginal upgrade. Pain. Love the body rune, it's such a good ward. Ooh, that's a chaotic extinction calamity. I like that. Chaotic frying pan. That's rampage though. Not a fan. Blazing volley, not really a fan of that. I want that calamity though. Here's my volatile rate of arrows. Grab it anyway. You show spec? You can do exclamation point skeep, and I actually do have a, it's a 9-minute clip of me explaining this whole build. In detail. But basically what I use in that run, chaotic ×2 liquid cooling with, spellcast frost damage. I have a snake stick with echo, spellcast increased damage dealt. A couple gun damage rings. This one could be better, honestly. Body rune with spellcast elemental damage. All my stuff is on spellcast because Reaper Bones does not play as nicely with action skill stuff as people think. I've got an amalgam, Berserker Graveborn. Now, ideally I'd have Graveborn primary, but this rolls, it rolled really good stats and Blast Gasp, so. Arcane Bolt, action skill start, just because I ran out of beneficial enchants there. And then a Skeep. Skeep! Builds me on Discord, yours and Rotora's. I don't know what Rotora's up to builds-wise, Victor's. I don't know if he's going that hard, but mine will be at some point. I want to get a better handle on how certain things work, so that builds I put out kind of, you know, stand the test of time, so to speak. But now I realize that using Blizzard to be able to use ASA enchants is a better idea than using Barrage for this build. See, in theory, Asa, yes. But currently, Barrage is better at that too. Because whether it's a bug or not is yet to be determined. But ASA enchants actually function like action skill start enchants. Currently. So you get a 1-minute duration from starting the action skill. So Blizzard's not even good at that either. Link's okay in chat? Absolutely. As long as it's relevant and you're good. Ooh, it's times 20 on Kettle Drum. We'll take that. Oh yeah, I was supposed to roll armor. I forgot already. Let's go armor. Let's see if we can grab something for Andy. Definitely not that. Rain of Arrows is cool, but at 8 ammo per shot, it goes so fast. Yeah, it's a kind of weapon to take out as a secondary for a particular high value target. You know, it's not going to be a thing you're able to sustain. Stuff like Rain of Arrows, Gluttony, those are short duration stuff. Ooh, that's very nice. That is a 2 mag times 18 body rocker. That is a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. So yeah, chat, that serves as a good reference of the kind of shotgun I've been looking for. I was not able to come through for Andy on this run. We'll do another one, though. We'll do another one. There's a bunch of stuff I'm keeping an eye out for. I'm looking for... specifically, it's what, warp paradigm with high thread count is what you're after? How do I send her over? You can add me on Shift. It's the same as my Twitch, spelled the same and everything. Or you can stick it on a save and drop a save file in the Discord, ! Discord. Either of those works. How many hours do you have in Wonderlands now? Let's see. Let's see what Epic says. Epic Game Store Launcher currently says I have 4 days, 9 hours, 37 minutes. Now that is just my time on the retail copy. I have a lot more elsewhere as well. So, I think between pre-launch stuff, I have like 90 hours. So let's math. My brain doesn't work right now. Yeah, I have 195-ish hours in Wonderlands right now. Stick some stuff in my bank. I'm a hoarder. Put that pan away. Put that away. That can go too. Oh yeah, I have this volatile nightshade. Forgot about that. Let me chase Chadley for his paradigm. Freaking fan at this point. I'll hit him up after stream. Think 75% of my playtime is me chasing this armor. Dude, the amalgam that I'm using on my my spell shot. Cheese got that as a drop last night, and I was frothing at the mouth trying to get that thing. Ready for the paradigm? Let's look for the source. I mean, the real answer to that is Chaos Chamber. But in terms of dedicated source, it comes from Caster. Wherever that is. Caster, the normal side skeleton. Yeah, I don't know where that is, but it's a thing. +4 Ancient Fury Com with ability and spell damage with an amalgam. Thank you, game. Literally just blast gas com. There you go. Tangle Drift. There you go. What about full battery? What about it? Drop with some semblance of consistency. I would say you're probably better off still doing Chaos Chamber runs. Like, if you can do a 10-minute chamber run and walk out of it with, like, I don't know, 4 or 5k crystals. If you play super efficiently, you could do that. Just taking elite rooms, taking every curse. You could walk out of a 10-minute chamber run with, like, 5k crystals. That's probably going to be more efficient than a dedicated farm. Pretty sure it's from Parasite, not Caster. The spreadsheet I have open right now says otherwise, but it's entirely possible. Drop locations are still being figured out. We're still very early on, so it's possible. Pretty sure I've peaked. What do you got there, Tundra? Volatile liquid cooling. That's awesome. I don't want to be that guy and say, not ×2, because that's still crazy. The good thing about liquid cooling is there's no bad part configuration, because the ×1 is incredibly heat efficient. Incredibly ammo efficient, rather. So, like, you're not going to have the ×2 problem where I'm constantly staring at my ammo, and you're still going to have extremely good sustained DPS. So that's a great find. That's really good. Over 1k, that's the highest damage ×1 volatile, ×1 liquid cooling, rather, that I've seen so far. Been running this Curse as Fuck Buffmeister BS build just for farming, 5-7k average, 8-10 minute runs, and it's been 2 days. Oh, yeah, so you're already very efficient and it's being very mean. Like, at that point, I suppose you could just go maximum cursed and take advantage of the mushroom thing and just do, like, Buffmeister Hydras or something. With, intentionally stacking up the mushrooms. Like, you could be real cursed, but I think at your farming speed, that's not even faster, realistically. Like, you do hit a point where it's just about delivering the damage quickly. And you just do more than enough to begin with. At this point, the slowest part is finding spawns. True. Do you think grinding out featured might be, like, the answer to that? Like, I've been considering, what if I just learned the featured spawns really well every week and just did that? Buffmeister's like 350k per shot or something? Yeah, it's crazy. I just kind of refuse to use that item on principle. It's one of those things that everyone knows, but like, if I was going for a specific farm like that, that's something I would use it for. I would use a Buffmeister for farming. I won't use it for gameplay. I'll totally use it for farming. I should put one on some more saves in that case. Like, Buffmeister on this setup for farming, I could easily just melt a boss. Like, already melt bosses, but really melt a boss. So just not considering it a build, right. Like Andy said, it's taking advantage of some interactions that are not working as they should, to gain a farming advantage. And I currently am willing to die on the hill that there's nothing wrong with doing so, with outstanding issues like item bricking. So, like, get that bag, do what you gotta. In terms of if you're making content to represent the effectiveness of a build, that's where my opinion changes. But, as Andy said, it's better to not look at it as a build. Buff glitch? Yeah. Among other things. Full transparency, even if they fix the glitch with the Buffmeister, it's still broken, OP, absolutely disgusting, hopelessly unbalanced, will never be matched by anything else of its type. Like, makes the Borderlands 2 B shield look utterly reasonable. That's Buffmeister. It just mechanically, the way it works is terrifying. These spawns are giving me pain. Happen to find a Fury or a Shrike Nightshade, so it destroys the Buffmeister? Yeah, there you go. High hit count, high just DPS weapon in general, like that, really delivers Buffmeister well. You could do Buffmeister with stickies and it's funny. Probably not as good as the Fury stuff, but it's funny. So good, the Chaos Chamber is its own separate map, since it's so small it loads in fast. Yeah, I really like that. It's a nice little hub area. The only things I would want added to Chaos Chamber, I want a target dummy in that room. And I'd like the ability to buy SDUs in that room. Just those two things, that's all. And then after that, the room's perfect. Zapple Boost, CDR Chuck, and Pew will make you shoot and reload faster. Trying to find all dice first and 100% platinum game before I make my second character. Started a Spore, but the glitch doesn't sound so bad. Hit a wall, Chaos 10. I would caution against using glitches to progress your Chaos levels, because what'll happen then, Wraithlord, is you'll be on a higher level of difficulty, and the glitch will get fixed, so you'll be fighting even harder things than you were before you resorted to the glitch, and then you'll feel even worse. I would not recommend taking the shortcut in that way. Just personally, I feel like it's gonna poison the well a bit for some people. Now, for some people, it's not a problem, but as a generalization, it's something I don't advise.
That was a weird deal.
You try Universal Soldier, Stabbo, Sticky Sack. I've not played much Stabbo yet, Andy. I've played like, I don't know, like half an hour of Stabbo total. It's, I almost started a Stabbo playthrough on stream today, but I couldn't resist doing the spell shot sticky stuff because it's too addictive. That was a Claw Stab, switch to Claw Spell Shot. Yeah, as Spell Shot gets, as more and more content gets made on Spell Shot, I do see more and more people switching to it. I started playing Spell Shot more openly because I found things that were kind of more interesting than the stuff I was afraid of to do on it. But ultimately, Spell Shot is just very, very, very frighteningly strong. It's just too good at spreading damage out across everything once you have the correct gear pieces. So it's got this weird mix of incredible damage, incredible access, incredible cooldown. The only thing Spell Shot doesn't do for you is survivability. It's the only thing. Because you can even use a Paradigm to make the spell damage into ability damage, so it can do that too. That's a lot of visual effects. Thanks, Crab. Fucking curse, Crab. God, these things are rude. Having to pop Reaper for this is pain. But I need more SPs. Chaotic Afterburner, sure. Which makes sense, it's like Blue Mage. Yeah, that makes sense, cooler than Shade. Orcanar. So Moxie about a couple days ago, it's a hilarious one-shot setup. It's a bit RNG reliant, fun as hell. Yeah. I need to put a White Rider on the safe. Look at that Skeep instantly just giving me my full Reaper back. It's so sick. I'm only using this Nightshade because my liquid cooling's out and I need this to use. Overestimated my ammo. Vorkanar is a bit of a slow kill with the guns I currently have. Definitely need that White Rider for some stickies. Maybe a Gluttony on this? Yeah, I have a lot of dark magic efficiency and dark magic damage. Gluttony would be pretty good here. Hard to maintain during Reaper, but with a Skeep up should be fine. Manual transmission. The gun's shit, but it's cool. 12 minutes. I think the lack of survivability is what makes Spell Shot fun. I agree. Things are far less interesting if they have no weaknesses at all. So Torque Stick keys typically detonate and count stick number on a reload, and channel spells stop weapons from auto-reloading. Stabbomancer's Ghost Blade persists while doing constant melee damage, and Universal Soldier reloads your mag and melee hits. Oh, so you just use Universal Soldier to keep reloading your stickies, and... okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. If you'd like to see the latest astrophotography picture I took last Friday? Sure thing. Feel free to post. Do I have a broad look? I just said that. That's fine. My ring's kind of dog water. Got the Sigil spell that makes the shield stay with you and gives damage resistance. Already boosts my survivability a lot. So I want to get the one that boosts damage and gives regen. I'll have to compare them. Something funny I did for a couple raid boss fights is I ran both. Wow, what is this luck? Hello? Legendaries? Mod check? Okay. For anyone who thinks Chaos Chamber is too rewarding, I spent all my crystals and got no legendaries. The only one I got was from the chest. Nice. Armor Bunny strikes again. It's a cruel one. It's a cruel one. Yeah, I need to put better guns on this save. Not even good rolls on any of this stuff. Like, this one is vaguely trying, but it's a blue. What's stuff on that one? Spell damage, gun crit, area damage. That one's not bad. Points and blast gas. It's Clawbringer though. I don't pick it up. Let's look at that. Ooh. Beautiful work as always with the photography. That's great. Hey David, how's my day? My day is good. You're fucked right now? Well, I hope things get better. But my day's good. Just having a nice chill stream, getting a lot of farming done. Not having much progress on some of the things we're targeting, but we've gotten a few cool items. And we put up some cool Chaos Chamber times, build showcases. All is not lost. Oh yeah, here's the manual transmission, by the way, if you guys want to know what this gun does. It's a car gun. Yeah, if you mess up the timing on switching gears, it goes back down. But if you sit there shooting and you switch gears enough, it can be fun. Now, something I haven't tried with this is, I don't know what happens if you hold this with Spore Warden's ammo regen. I assume it works the way doing that with, like, the Hangin' Chad did, or the Chopper, etc., where you just regen a huge amount, but it's a pretty cool weapon. This is one of the few dedicated-only farms. You can only get this from Vorkanar. Only Vorkanar. No one else. Now, the damage is kind of bad, but it's cool. I'm drunk right now, but I'm sure I'm not exactly still tight. Hydrate, David. I just want to say I think you're doing great content here on Twitch. Super good at explaining things. Keep up the great work, and thank you. Well, thank you for that, Kazmataz. It's been great having you here, conversing. This is just kind of the vibes with this community. We do wacky builds, we talk shop while we do it, and we try to keep it informative but also chill, and I really love the community we have here. I love what I do as well, and people like you make it that much more enjoyable, so thank you for being here. It's cool, but you kind of have to use your brain. I don't have enough brain capacity to run and pay attention like that. Right, and then what happens if you have to stop shooting? What happens if you go down? It's tough to get it to ramp up. It'd be nice if there was a grace period for gear shifting, allowing you to, like, at least mantle or jump, and like, I don't know, you can jump, but you get what I mean. You get what I'm saying. Can I even do a full true melee build? Yes. My first time here, and I just don't understand how he's so positive after getting trashed by the armor loot bunny. Failing gracefully is an acquired talent, I guess. I'm kind of used to just having terrible loot luck, so I'm just like, whatever, just another day in the life. Hey, Pal Wolfie. Is it better to run Chaos Trials or Boss Farm? In terms of loot per hour, Chaos, like, just Chaos Chamber, for sure. Not even close. Chaos Chamber is vastly more efficient for loot acquisition than anything else. And also, it's not like Borderlands 3 where vending machines are just the legendary source. You can use vending machines to get a lot of non-unique items. They're still definitely worth checking. But the game is kind of balanced differently from previous titles. You're not save quitting, random bandit number 28,426 and telling him he smells bad before one-shotting him. You're not doing that for hours to get your dedicated drops, because it's less efficient than just going to the Chaos Chamber, doing your non-save quit based activity, target farming the category of loot you want with the currency you earned by tuning your own difficulty, and doing the thing. Chaos Chamber is the future. It's how everyone outside of Borderlands gets loot. And Wonderlands is getting with the programs. You love to see it. Smell great? I really don't, Braun. I'm gonna be honest. I'm very sweaty. I've been sitting here for 5.5 hours. I'm a little on the ripe side. Hey, you're glad I found your channel? Hey, I'm glad you're here. Also, I need more coffee. I do not have enough. So I'm trying to think, do I want to end here? I have stuff I should be doing today instead of streaming extra long. Ripe, hungry, need coffee, gamer moment. Yeah, that's pretty much the vibe. So I think we're gonna call it here. We'll find somewhere to raid. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Great conversation today, and you guys are super generous with the support and everything. And I love what I do, and I love you guys for enabling me to do it. So thank you for all that. Let's find somewhere to go. If you guys have a fun raid shit post, feel free to provide one while I look for the raid target. But other stuff to look out for. Yeah, VOD channel exists if you want to catch up on past broadcasts. I think I forgot to public last night's or yesterday's stream, so I'm gonna have to go do that. But I'll upload today's stream as well, and probably work on some build videos over the weekend. I don't do build videos often. I'm more of a live content guy, but we'll see. Tomorrow, stream as usual, 9-ish a.m. Eastern. Let's see who's on. Lazy's on. We got Vander's on. Dame is on. Pascaroni, Birdman, Grumpy, There's lots of people. I can never choose. Bander's been on a while. Dame starts around the same time I do as well. How long's Bird been streaming? Let's see. How long's Bird been streaming? Uh, 2 hours 40. How long does Bird normally go? Ooh, what happened? What happened? Oh, Andy, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's great having you in the chat and everything, and I appreciate you using your Prime on me. Let's go, Birdman. Hopefully I don't keep him on too late. I've been trying to be more careful about accidentally extending people's streams. A Major's on? Yeah, I don't know how long Major streams either. We'll just go to Bird. We'll just go to Bird. Raid message. Alright, let's do this. Just spam that, because I want to hear him say that. No, Snowspawn, we're not going to do that. Spam that. Or Skeep. Skeep works too. Pick one. Whichever you prefer. So I'll see you guys over there. Thank you so much once again. I'll see you tomorrow or whenever I catch you next. Bye-bye.
Well, actually, so here's the thing. For those who don't know. Oh my god!